Good morning, everybody. We are 2 minutes away from showtime, starting with our Canadian Arcots. Good morning and welcome to our Saskatchewan Sheep Breeders Association Sheep Show at Agribition here in 2025. Our judge this year is Jason Cooper. Jason was born and raised on the family farm near Fuselier. He is Fuselier, Saskatchewan. Fuselier. He is a fourth-generation shepherd following in the footsteps of his father and his family. During his youth, Jason helped his parents with their flock of 500 head of Columbia and Suffolk sheep, and as well as his mother's flock of 60 Angora goats. When he got his driver's license, he traveled the weekends in the spring and summer shearing local small flocks to raise some cash and start his own flock. Jason's first flock was mainly Cheviot and Hampshire influenced, and stayed that way through his first few years of his marriage to Kelly. As his flock and family grew, it was decided to concentrate mainly on the purebred side of the industry. Jason and Kelly's first foray into the purebred led them into the world of showing and the show ring. They enjoyed the Cheviots, Although they enjoyed the Cheviots, in time they wanted to add more variety and want to help build females for the industry, and a quick Google search got Jason interested in the Blue-faced Leicester breed, as it was the UK's #1 maternal sire. They now have one of Canada's largest flocks of Blue-faced Leicester. Jason has judged sheep for a number of years. At first it was local forage shows, but has grown over the past few years to include clubs further afield, and as well as a few larger agriculture fairs in Alberta and the Manitoba Sheep Association Provincial Sheep Show. Jason has been involved in promoting the industry over the past few number of years, first being elected to the Saskatchewan Sheep Breeders Association. He served 3 terms as the rep to the Saskatchewan Sheep Development Board. He then ran for a seat on the Saskatchewan Sheep Development Board when his regional rep sunsetted out. He's in his 2nd term on the development board and currently sits as the Saskatchewan rep to the Canadian Sheep Federation. Though we joked with Chad when he asked to judge this show, he is truly humbled to be standing in the ring judging at the premier livestock event in Canada. Please welcome our judge, Jason Cooper. That was great. Our first class this morning is the Canadian Arcot Show, starting with Class 102, Canadian Arcot Yearling Ewe, born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st, 2024. A single entry in this class is entry 386, Struck J52M, exhibited by Struck Farm of Pilger, Saskatchewan. The Canadian Arcot was one of the 3 breeds developed at the Agriculture Canada Research Station near Ottawa. Canadian Arcots were the result of a crossbreeding program that included the Ile-de-France and Suffolk to produce a new breed with strong meat characteristics. The mature sheep is medium-sized, short, and thick. The lambs are fast-growing, meaty, and finish well for either the light or heavy lamb market. They produce an excellent carcass with good meat-to-bone ratio. The ewes are easy lambers and require low to medium maintenance. They adapt well to either pasture or confinement management systems. The rams are excellent terminal sires to improve meat characteristics of many other breeds. There are just over 2,700 registered Canadian Arcots in Canada. And the ewes weigh anywhere from 85 to 115 kilograms.
So we're starting off easy here this morning. We just got the one little ewe in here. She's a really good representative of the breed. She's nice, she stands correct. She's a good all-around ewe, so we will actually give her a first place. So that makes you feel better. So yeah. So those of you first new to showing, even though I only have one ewe in here, if she doesn't meet breed standard, and I don't think she should be in the Parade of Champions for the Grand, I can give him a 3rd. So, and I've done that before for a North Country that's had big black blotches. So the reason we're looking at it's not an automatic. She has to be correct and be a good specimen of the breed. So congratulations, Jason.
First place in Class 102, and Grand Champion Canadian Arcot ewe goes to entry 386, Struck J52M, exhibited by Struck Farm of Pilger, Saskatchewan. And that is our Grand Champion. When we have a photo drop set up, we'll want all the champions to get their pictures taken. Next in the ring is Class 108 Canadian Arcot Yearling Ram, born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st of 2024. A single entry in this class is entry 387, Struck J115M, exhibited by Struck Farm of Pilger, Saskatchewan. Canadian Arcot Rams weigh a little bit more than the ewes, coming in at 120 to 150 kilograms.
No, once again, Jason's brought a pretty good ram here for us. He's a really good representation of the breed. I had him move. He looked like he had a bit of a twisted back leg, but he's fine. He's standing correct. We'll see how he does in the Parade of Champions for the overall. So he's a pretty good ram. So thank you a lot, Jason.
And first place in Class 108, the Canadian Arcot Yearling Ram born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st of 2024 goes to entry 387, Struck J115M, exhibited by Struck Farms of Pilger, Saskatchewan. Our next class in the ring is Class 110, Canadian Arcot Ram Lamb, born November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February of 2025. In the ring is entry 388, Sheep Tracks Nico 484N, exhibited by Lakeland College Sheep and Stuff Club of Vermilion, Alberta.
So in the ring right now, we have a really nice representation of the breed. Marisa and her girls have done a really good job of getting this ram prepared. I don't know, we'll see how when we get her set next to Jason's, how they compare. But they're both pretty good animals. There's nothing wrong with this. He's a very stout, correct ram. So.
First place in Class 110 is in the Canadian Arcot Ram Lamb born November 28th, 2024 to the end of the February 2025 goes to entry 388, Sheep Tracks Nico 484N, exhibited by Lakeland College Sheep and Stuff Club of Vermilion, Alberta. Moving into the Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Arcot Ram class. From Class 108, the Canadian Arcot Yearling Ram born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st, 2024 is entry 387, Struck J115M, exhibited by Struck Farms of Pilger, Saskatchewan. And our Ram Lamb born March 28th, 2024 to the end of February 2025 is entry 388, Sheep Tracks Nico 484N, exhibited by Lakeland College Sheep and Stuff Club of Vermilion, Alberta.
In the ring, we got two really, really good rams. There's not a whole lot separating them. There's a few differences. I prefer Jason's in some respects because he has the solid black feet as opposed to the variegated. You're gonna have less problems on the feet and legs of Jason's. Though we have a lot more correct looking ram here from Vermilion. He's just filled out just that little bit more. They're both carrying about the same length. Their loins are pretty much the same. But Lakeland College ram, it's just a thicker ram all around than Jason's here. It's kind of a hard choice, but if I was going to buy the ram for myself to use out in the field and stuff, I think today I'd have to pick Jason's over Lakeland College, even though Lakeland's is done up a bit nicer, just because I think Jason's has a bit better leg and foot structure under him, but everything above that, they're pretty much the same. So for that, my grand champion today is going to Jason and his Arcot here on the end. So thank you very much.
Our grand champion, Canadian Arcot Ram, goes to entry 387, Struck J115M, exhibited by Struck Farms at Pilliger, Saskatchewan. He'll represent the Canadian Arcot Rams in the Supreme Show starting this afternoon around 4:15. Reserve champion is entry 388, Sheep Tracks Nico 484N, exhibited by Lakeland College Sheep and Stuff Club of Vermilion, Alberta. Coming into the ring, starting our Charlet show is entry class 201, Charlet's mature ewes 2 years old or older. Entry 390 is Sandy Hill Henrietta 46H, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charlet of Red Deer County, Alberta. And entry 389, Sandy Hill Harriet 23H, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charlet of Red Deer County, Alberta. The Charlet was developed in the same region of France as Charlet cattle. Beginning in 1977, the Charlet was further improved in the UK and was exported to Canada as embryos in 1994. The primary purpose of the breed in Canada is as a terminal sire for prime slaughter lamb production. The lambs have an excellent carcass with a wide, long loin and a high lean meat yield. Charlet rams are ideal for using on ewe lambs or smaller framed ewes that has smaller head and wedge-shaped body produce lambs that are easily delivered and vigorous at birth. The ewes work well in a pasture-based or confined system, lamb easily, and are good mothers. The fleece of the purebred is of medium quality.
So both these ewes are excellent examples of the Charlet breed. Gavin and Isabel have them both fed up really nice, ready for show. Being Scotch, Gavin's got them all painted up nice for you, dyed up, so it looks like they've been out in the field. The one in the back here that Gavin's holding, he's told me she's had twins and scanned the twins, as is the first one. They're both really good. The one Gavin has is carrying a lot more weight in the hind and the front end than the one in front. But they're both excellent quality ewes. If you're looking at getting into the Charlet breed, they're well fed up for the show. But I'm going to place Gavin's in first, and then his handlers in second. So thank you very much.
In Class 201, Charlet mature ewe, 2 years old or older, we have first place going to entry 389, Sandy Hill Harriet 23H, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charlet of Red Deer County, Alberta. Second place is entry 390, Sandy Hill Henrietta 46H, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charlet of Red Deer County, Alberta. Coming into the ring is Class 202 Charlet Yearling Ewes born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st of 2024. Entry 391, Sandy Hill Mallory 96M, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charlet of Red Deer County, Alberta.
Once again, Gavin and Isabel have brought really good animals here. This yearling's Scanda twins. She's got really good leg underneath her, really good skin color. She's got a nice tight skin. She's not as overfed as the older ones. She's got a wee niggle here on her knee, but it's a long way from her heart. So she'll do whoever's gonna take her home at the end of the day really well. She's just a all-around good animal. In talking with Gavin, it's something I just learned. These animals have the gene. I commented that the rib section on these is quite a bit longer than most sheep. Like it's coming way back to here. Their best end area is quite short compared to most breeds. Gavin told me they actually carry the gene for a 13th rib instead of the 12. So if you're looking to get the length in the chops, that's why they look the way they do. So very good animal, and we'll place it in first in this class. Thank you very much.
First place in Class 202, the Charlet Yearling Ewes born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st of 2024 goes to entry 391, Sandy Hill Mallory 96M from Sandy Hill Charlet of Red Deer County, Alberta. For those in the crowd and in the barn, if you are planning to attend our social tonight here in the show ring, please come up to the announcer booth and tell us how many people you plan to bring so that we can order the correct amount of food. You just need numbers so we can order. Next class in the ring is Class 204, Charlet Ewe Lambs born November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2025. 3 entries in this class, starting with 392, FX Noel 11N, exhibited by FX5 Livestock of Melfort, Saskatchewan. Entry 393, FX5 Nelly 12N, exhibited by FX5 Livestock of Melfort, Saskatchewan. And entry 394, Sandy Hill Noel 20N, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charlet of Red Deer County, Alberta.
So Gavin's got some competition here in this class. We're going to start down here on the far end. She's a bit lighter ewe, a little bit more leggy, just needs a little bit more feed. That's all she really needs. She's carrying one extra teat on the right-hand quarter, or half, but she's a good, well-presented ewe. The one in second place here is fed a little bit better, actually quite similar to the one Gavin has. We got extra teats on both halves on this one and a little black spot in the wool, which probably should be on the hide instead of in the wool. And down here with Gavin, a very correct ewe. She's only carrying the 2 teats. She has a black spot on the inside of her leg, but it's not in her wool, so that's all right. As far as breed standards goes, these are all very fine animals, but I'm going to place them first to third as they stand, starting with Gavin on the way down. And mainly it's because Gavin's doesn't have as many faults, right? They're all good ewes. Gavin's just carrying the one black spot, and you got extra tits. So I mean, when we're trying to sell to breed standards, that's all we got to do. So like with the ewes, yeah, it's the ewes that have extra tits, ladies, not you. I apologize. I phrased that wrong. So keep in mind, if you're buying them through the sale, it's the ewes, not the ladies, that are for sale, that are carrying the extra baggage. So, but all in all, these are very good examples of the Charolais breed. You can see the difference in the paint and the white wool. And yeah, no, they're just all around excellent sheep. So I look forward to seeing you in the Grand Championship.
In Class 204 are Charolais ewe lambs born November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2025. First place going to entry 394, Sandy Hill Noel 20N, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charolais of Red Deer County, Alberta. Second place entry 393, FX5 Nelly 12N, exhibited by FX5 Livestock of Melfort, Saskatchewan. And third place entry 392, FX5 Noel 11N, exhibited by FX5 Livestock of Melfort, Saskatchewan. Moving into our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Charolais ewe. From our mature ewes, 2 years old or older, we have 2 ewes returning to the show ring. Coming into the ring is entry 389, Sandy Hill Harriet 23H, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charolais of Red Deer County, Alberta. And entry 390, Sandy Hill Henrietta 46H, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charolais of Red Deer County, Alberta. From our yearling ewes, we have entry 391, Sandy Hill Mallory 96M, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charolais of Red Deer County, Alberta. And our ewe lambs born November 28th, 2024 to February of 2025, we have entry 394, Sandy Hill Noel 20N, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charolais of Red Deer County, Alberta. And entry 393, FX5 Nelly 12N, exhibited by FX5 Livestock of Melfort, Saskatchewan.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you see before you is a really good example of the Charolais breed. They've been around in Canada for pushing on about 10 years. They started out being fairly small and mousy, but you can see by the program that Gavin and Isabel have here and what FX is doing that they've actually started to bring the sheep up into being what the British standard said they should be. My reserve champion is going to be my yearling ewe. She's a very good looking ewe. She's got a little bit of ding. I'd have taken the lamb over her, but just because of the black spot, we're going to try and stay correct with as good as we can with as little blemishes as we can. As far as breed standard goes, it's a hellish good ewe lamb, or yearling ewe, and my grand champion is going to be my mature ewe. So this is what these sheep are meant to be: thick, meaty, and give you that quality of carcass that you want. She's a bit of a knothead. She's been kissing the floor a bit, but she doesn't like being in town, but she'll do good for you on the pasture. So this is my reserve and my grand champion, so thank you very much.
Our grand champion, Charolais ewe, goes to entry 389 from our mature ewe class. This is Sandy Hill Harriet 23H, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charolais of Red Deer County, Alberta. It'll represent the Charolais ewes in the Supreme Show starting at 4:15 this afternoon. Reserve champion from our yearling ewes is exhibitor 391, Sandy Hill Mallory 96M, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charolais of Red Deer County, Alberta. Our next class in the ring is class 207, Charolais Mature Ram, 2 years old or older. We have a single entry in this class, entry 395, Sandy Hill Jackpot 7J, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charolais, Red Deer County, Alberta.
So what you see in front of you is a very, very good example of a senior ram. This ram is 5 years old. He's got some good understanding underneath him. He's got good feet and legs. He's just very well built all the way around. Obviously, at 5, he's done Gavin and Isabel well, and he'll be good to whoever. He's going for sale, eh? No, he's going home. So, but if you're looking at what a mature animal should look like, this is him. He's got a little bit of a bobble up by his eye. It looks like he's got some foxtail or something in it and caused a little bit of an issue. But other than that, he's a very well built, solid ram. So I will place him in first for
First place in Class 207, Charlotte Mature Rams, born 2 years old or older, goes to entry 395, Sandy Hill Jackpot 7J, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charlotte of Red Deer County, Alberta. Our next class in the ring also has a single entry. This is Class 208, Charlotte Yearling Rams, born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st to 2024. Entry 396, Sandy Hill Matador 67M, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charlotte of Red Deer County, Alberta.
It's hard judging the class with only one in because you got really nothing to compare them to side by side for your explanations. But this yearling is a really well-built animal, really good feet and leg structure, has a really good understanding here in the business end of things. He's very correct. Doesn't have the leg the senior ram was carrying, but I think he's carrying more weight on the front end and back end than the senior ram was. Very good ram. Gavin says this one is for sale. If you're looking, go talk to him. Yeah, we'll place him, give him his first, and we'll see him back in the grand, so see how he compares.
First place in Class 208, Charlotte Yearling Ram, is entry 396, Sandy Hill Matador 67M, from Sandy Hill Charlotte of Red Deer County, Alberta. Coming into the ring is Class 210, Charlotte Ram Lambs, born November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2025. 2 entries. 398, FX5 Noble 160N from FX5 Livestock of Melfort, Saskatchewan. And entry 397, FX5 Nixon 127N, exhibited by FX5 Livestock, Melfort, Saskatchewan.
We have two very nice ram lambs in here this morning. The one in front is a little bit slender compared to the one in the back. Just a little bit more feet, might be a little bit younger. They both have very good understandings underneath them. They're good on their feet and legs. The one at the back here, it's just thicker all the way around, a little bit more in the chest and the ass end of this ram. If I was purchasing one today, I would take this one, but this one is still going to do anybody who gets them a very good deal. So we're going to place them first and then second.
In Class 210, the Charolais Ram Lamb, born November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2025. First place goes to entry 397, FX5 Nixon 127N, exhibited by FX5 Livestock of Melfort, Saskatchewan. Second place, entry 398, FX5 Noble 160N, exhibited by FX5 Livestock of Melfort, Saskatchewan. Coming in for our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion, Charolais Ram. Our mature ram is entry 395, Sandy Hill Jackpot 7J, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charolais of Red Deer County, Alberta. Our yearling ram is entry 396, Sandy Hill Matador 67M from Sandy Hill Charolais of Red Deer County, Alberta. And our ram lambs, entry 397, FX5 Nixon 127N, exhibited by FX5 Livestock from Melfort, Saskatchewan. And entry 398, FX5 Noble 160N, exhibited by FX5 Livestock of Melfort, Saskatchewan.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at here with the two yellow and the two white is basically master and apprentice. Gavin and Isabel were some of the first to bring the Charolais breed over, so a lot of the influence you see in the ring today is from their flock. My reserve champion today, I'm going to place FX5 as reserve. He's very good, very well corrected, solid feet and legs. The main deal between him and my senior ram is the single colored black feet. To me, that's just a preference. I want one color. It's more of a breed standard to have them as a black. It's easier on for when they're out in the pasture, they're going to wear nicer. And my grand champion today is going to be our yearling ram here, number 2. He's just all around. He's not going to have the height, but he's better built actually than our 5-year-old. He's thicker in the chest, thicker in the rump. He's got a bit more length in the rib, and he's got a really, really good understanding in him in the working end. So our reserve and our grand champion, Charolais ram.
Our grand champion, Charolais Ram, goes to entry 396, Sandy Hill Matador 67M, exhibited by Sandy Hill Charolais of Red Deer County, Alberta. It will represent the Charolais Rams this afternoon in our Supreme Show starting at $4.15. Our reserve champion is entry 397, FX5 Nixon 127N, exhibited by FX5 Livestock of Melfort, Saskatchewan. Our next class in the ring is our Charlet Get of Sire. A Get of Sire consists of 3 animals that were sired by the same ram. Single entry in our Get a Sire comes from FX5 Livestock of Melfort, Saskatchewan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got 3 peas in a pod here, and it's consisting of 2 rams and a ewe. And if you were looking from the top, you wouldn't be able to tell who was who. This is an excellent example of what a quality breeding program can be. If you had animals going through the ring that all look like this, you would be commanding a superior price. It doesn't matter how they're looked at. These are excellent animals all the way around, and they've done a very good job for champion Get of Sire, so congratulations.
Our first place in Grand Champion Get a Sire goes to entry 399, exhibited by FX5 Livestock of Melfort, Saskatchewan.
This is a pretty hard class. We got 4 really strong lambs, 2 rams and 2 ewes at this end, competing against 3 yearlings and a mature. But all in all, even as those are, like I said, it's the genetics that's showing through and what Gavin and Isabel have done. You can see from where I'm standing and at the back that they're just superior animals up here in the first place. And once again, like I said, it's master and apprentice in the ring, and it's mainly because the FX5 is competing against the stalwarts in the industry. It's not going to be too long, though, I don't think, until this flock is catching up and exceeding the master. But today I'm going to have to give it to Gavin and Isabel as the champion and reserve down here.
Our grand champion breeder's flock goes to Exhibitor 400, Sandy Hill Charlet of Red Deer County, Alberta. And reserve, or second place, goes to FX5 Livestock of Melfort, Saskatchewan. We'll be moving into our Dorset show now. Starting with class 402, our Dorset yearling ewe, born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st of 2024. Entry 402, Furs Maple 100M, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. The polled Dorset originated from a mutation of the horned Dorset which occurred at the North Carolina State University in the early 1950s. They were accepted into the U.S. Breed Registry in 1956 and have since that time have spread into Canada and become a major contributor to the commercial lamb industry. Dorset ewes are relatively prolific, good mothers, and breed out of season. Breed adapts well to confinement and is readily used in accelerated crossbreeding programs. As they respond well to confinement, they do well under feedlot conditions and on small holdings with intensive management.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brad's bought a very nice ewe in here to start off the Dorset class. It's more like the old Dorsets that my dad used to have and loved. She's got really good capacity to carry as the maternal breed they were designed to be. She's carrying only 2 teats at the background. She's well put together. She's a very stunning looking ewe. She got nice white feet under her front legs. My complaint with the Dorsets over the years has been their front legs have been X'ing together, but she's nice and straight front and back. Very good representation of the Dorset breed. Good job, Brad.
First place goes to entry 402, Furs Maple 100M, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Into the ring in class 404, Dorset Ewe born November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2025 is entry 403, Furs Clementine 53N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan.
Once again, Joe's brought in a really nice Dorset ewe. She's got good depth, can carry the multiples that they can carry. She's going back to the traditional Dorset look and style, which is what made their names as good maternal mothers. They're quite a different sheep than what you were looking at before in the Charolais. But if you're looking to build or getting into sheep, the Dorset are about the most gentlest and calmest breeds out there for a maternal breed, and this is a very good example of them. So congratulations, Joe.
First place in class 404, Dorset Ewe Lambs born November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2025 goes to entry 403, Furs Clementine 53N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Coming in for the Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Dorset Ewe, entry 402, Furs Maple 100M, exhibited by Furs Farm of Mooseman, Saskatchewan, and entry 403, Furs Clementine 53N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan.
These two ewes are really, really close, and I know my decision is going to cause marital distress because one of them is going to have the bragging rights over the other. But what you see in here is some really good representation of the Dorset ewes. They're well put together. They're going back to the maternal characteristics that brought them. They both have good capacity, both strong feet and legs. Joe's has got a little bit better in the back end, and that it's a wider stance to carry the udder that they're known to carry than the lamb here at the front. And she has a bit more depth to carry the multiples. And for that, I'm going to place Joe's ewe here in first and reserve at the back with Brad.
Representing the Dorsets in the Supreme Show this afternoon will be entry 403, Furs Clementine 53N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Reserve Champion entry 402, Furs Maple 100M, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Our next class in the ring is Class 411 Dorset Ram lambs born March 1st, 2025 and later. Entry 404 is Furs Nigel 161N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan.
To start the Dorset Rams off, Joe's brought in an excellent example of what a Dorset Ram should look like on the bold side of things. He's correct pretty much all the way through. Nothing really wrong with him. Excellent, excellent looking ram. So congratulations, Joe.
First place and Grand Champion Dorset Ram.
Look at you. You might as well have blues. Only one in the class.
So Grand Champion representing the Dorset Rams this afternoon in the Supreme Show goes to entry 404, Furs Nigel 161N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Moving into our Hampshires. Class 510 is our Hampshire Ram Lamb, born November 28th, 2024 to the end of February 2025. Entry 405, Diamond B53N, exhibited by Sean Muddick of Vermilion, Alberta. The Hampshire is one of the down breeds that originated in Hampshire County, England. During the 18th century, South Down rams were crossed with the local horn sheep. Fixed as a breed in 1889, it was exported to Canada at the turn of the century and has remained one of the consistently popular breeds in the industry, as they are a large, stocky sheep with excellent meat characteristics and high-yielding carcasses. The lambs are fast-growing and serve both the light and heavy lamb markets. The ewes exhibit average prolificacy, are long-lived and easy keepers. They will adapt to either pasture or confinement management. Rams used as terminal sires pass on the Hampshire loin and leg, but the lambs can be large at birth and breeding to larger ewes is advised. The Hampshire breed is very docile, easy to manage, and makes an ideal flock for smaller holdings.
This is a really good representation of the Hampshire breed. For my personal liking, he's a bit tall for what I would like to see if I was buying a hamp, but he's all in all a well-built little ram. He's got good length. His fleece is a consistent width of down breed. It's nice and tight. He's got good skin on him. He's a well-looking ram. They've shaved his head, but he should have wool that kind of comes down past his eyes and kind of up here you can see. It's what kind of separates him from the Suffolks. If you're just getting into sheep, these are excellent crossbreds, especially on the Dorsets. They make a hellish nice or slaughter lamb. So we will give him the champion ram for the Hampshire breed. Congratulations.
First place and grand champion Hampshire Ram goes to entry 405, Diamond B53N, exhibited by Sean Mudrick of Vermilion, Alberta. Our next show is the Ile-de-France, starting with Class 604, the Ile-de-France ewe lambs born November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2025. A single entry is 406, Cool Alley 60N, exhibited by Cool Alley Livestock, Tompkins, Saskatchewan. The Ile-de-France breed was developed in the 1930s and was first registered in 1892. Since 1933, they have been performance tested and have had their own test station since 1972. It is the dominated breed in France and was first imported to Canada in 1995. The Ile-de-France has been selected for two primary purposes: as a terminal sire to produce vigorous, hardy, and fast-growing lambs with superior carcass traits, and as an improver for crossbreeding with maternal breeds in a commercial flock. In this capacity, they add hardiness, longevity, feed conversion, and out-of-season breeding ability to a ewe flock. They have an excellent flocking instinct and are very successful when raised on pasture. Their high wool quality is an asset when crossed with range animals. There are 487 registered in Canada, with ewes ranging in weight from 85 to 95 kilograms.
We have a really good example of the Ile-de-France in the arena right now. She's carrying, as a terminal breed, she's carrying good weight, front to back. She's got the good length. And as a ewe, she's got really good depth through the rib cage and back end to carry the lambs for you. So I really can't say anything real bad about this, except maybe they're a Dorset on steroids, but so excellent little ewe, so congratulations.
First place and grand champion Ile-de-France ewe goes to entry 406, Cool Alley 60N, exhibited by Cool Alley Livestock at Tompkins, Saskatchewan. It'll represent the Ile-de-France ewes in this afternoon's Supreme Show starting at 4:15. Next into the ring is Class 610 Ile-de-France Ram Lambs born November 28th, 2024 to the end of February 2025. Entry 407, Cool Alley 50N, exhibited by Cool Alley Livestock of Tompkins, Saskatchewan.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at is one of the best examples of the Ile-de-France rams you're going to see in Western Canada. I had the privilege of seeing him in Manitoba a few weeks ago, where he won the Open Jackpot show. When I first saw him with my blues, I figured I was pretty much buggered going against him, but luckily he wasn't in the same class as me, so I got to beat their other ram, but I knew I wouldn't beat this one. Like I said, there's nothing absolutely wrong with him. He's an excellent example of the Ile-de-France breed. So if you're looking to get into Ile-de-France, if you can't afford them tomorrow, take pictures, because this is what you're looking for when you're wanting to buy. So,
First place and grand champion Ile-de-France Ram goes to entry 407, Cool Alley 50N from Cool Alley Livestock of Tompkins, Saskatchewan. It'll represent the Ile-de-France Rams this afternoon in the Supreme Show starting at 4:15. Moving into our Katahdins class, we have class 702 Katahdin Yearling Ewes, born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st, 2024. Coming in the ring is entry 408. Just reattaching a halter. Okay, 408 coming in the show ring is Mish M663, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan.
ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at is one of the few hair breeds that we have here in Canada, the Katahdin ewe. This one here, 16 months old, just coming, bred, gonna be expecting her first baby in the next month or so. The Katahdins have historically getting a bum rap. They get a nickel to 25 cents a pound at slaughter off usually, but it's because people buy them and think because you don't have to shear them, you don't have to feed them. I'd like to commend all the Katahdin breeders in this barn as I walked around. These are some excellent, excellent sheep. I mean, they command the same price at slaughter as any wool breed would. It just shows that good genetics make good sheep, ladies and gentlemen. So don't judge the whole breed by what you see going through the auction barn. If you're interested in hair sheep, please find decent breeders like you see here in the barn, because these are all, what you're going to see coming are all excellent sheep. And this is a prime example. I can't find anything wrong with her. She's got no wool in her hair. She's got good depth. She's got good length. I mean, she's a good production ewe. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this sheep, so congratulations.
First place in our Katahdin Yearling ewe class goes to entry 408, Mish M663, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Class 704 is the Katahdin ewe lambs born November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2025. In the ring is entry 409, Mish N30, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Entry 410, Mish N13, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Entry 467, Legacy's Nova, exhibited by Jules Legacy Katahdins of Porcupine Plain, Saskatchewan. Entry 415, Legacy's Nelly, exhibited by Sidorko's Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Entry 414, Hidden River Shayla, exhibited by Sidorko's Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Entry 412, Legacy's Mira, exhibited by Jules Legacy Katahdins of Porcupine Plain, Saskatchewan. And entry 413, Triple Nickel Marine 730N, exhibited by Sidorko's Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. The Katahdin breed was developed in the United States by Michael Piel, resulting from a crossbreeding program that included hair sheep from the Caribbean and various British breeds. His goal was to combine the shedding coat, prolificacy, and the hardiness of the Virgin Island sheep with the meat, conformation, and growth rate of the wool breeds. Later, Wiltshire horn sheep, another shedding breed from England, was incorporated into the flock in order to add size and improve carcass quality even further. The mature Katahdin is medium-sized, heavy-muscled, low-maintenance breed of sheep having an excellent adaptability to climatic variations and management conditions. The winter coat of the Katahdin provides a good thick cover for northern winters, but by shedding in the spring eliminates the need for shearing. Naturally prolific, Katahdin ewes exhibit strong maternal instincts, lambing unassisted with sufficient milk for multiple lambs. The lambs are noted for their vigorous arrival and survivability. They are early maturing, long seasonal breeders, often used in crossbreeding programs or as a terminal sire. The meat of the Katahdin is lean with a mild flavor.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at are some exceptional Katahdin sheep. The bottom three here just basically needed a bit more feed to compete going up the line. The genetics and stuff is there. It's just going to take a little bit more time to get those ones on the way up. In my fourth and third, the third place is in lamb, and my fourth isn't, so she's going to look a little bit heavier. The main deciding factor for me is I like pasture, so I prefer Blackfeet over white. But other than that, they're the same ewe. My red ewe in second place is an excellent quality ewe. She's just a little bit thinner and not as well put out as the one in first. I've watched liner loads of these red ewes come out of the Peace Country in Tofield. There's a farm up there, I'll bring 650 or 700 in this time of year into Tofield, and they'll get better than the wool price just because they're excellent ewes, and that's an excellent ewe. My first place ewe is just all around the best ewe in the bunch. She's well fitted, she's well fed, she stands correct, she's even all the way around, and there's nothing really to falter in this. So if you're looking for a good Katahdin ewes, any of these will do, but my pick today is 410.
First place in our Katahdin ewe lamb goes to entry 410, Mish N13 from Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Second place, entry 415, Legacy's Nelly, exhibited by not 415. For 14. Okay, second place is entry 414, Hidden River Shayla, exhibited by Sidorko's Katahdins at Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Third place is entry 367, Legacy's Nova, exhibited by Jules Legacy Katahdins of Porcupine Plain, Saskatchewan. Fourth place, entry 409, Mish N30, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Fifth place is Legacy's Nelly, exhibited by Sidorku's Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. That was fifth place is 412, Legacy's Mira, exhibited by Jules Legacy Katahdins of Porcupine Plain, Saskatchewan. Sixth place is Legacy's Nelly of Sidorku's Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. And seventh place is Triple Nickel Marine 730, exhibited by Sidorku's Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. In the ring is class 705. These are Katahdin ewe lambs born March 1st of 2025 and later. We have entry 418, Mish N79, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. And entry 417, Mish N72, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan.
once again, ladies and gentlemen, these are excellent Katahdin ewes. In second place, I'm going to place the slicker one here. There's nothing wrong with her. She's well built. She's correct in every way. I'm placing the more silky one here in first place, mainly because she's got a little bit more length and depth to carry the ewe lambs, and she's got a bit more of a outset on her back legs to help cover for the udder when she's carrying multiples and has a full bag. But ultimately, they're peas in a pod. If you were wanting to buy them to put in your flock, these are excellent ewes. So my winner today is 417.
So, Class 705, first place was entry 417. That's Mish N72, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Second place is entry 418, Mish N79, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Our next class in the ring will be the Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion ewes for the Katahdins. Our first and second place from the previous classes will be returning for the Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Katahdin ewes. In our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Katahdin class, we have our yearling ewe, entry 408, Mish M663 from Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. From our ewe lamb class, the November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2025, we have entry 410, Mish N13 from Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. And entry 414, Hidden River Shayla, exhibited by Sudorko's Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. And from our Katahdin ewe lambs born March 1st, 2025 or later, we have entry 417, Mish N72 from Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan, and entry 418, Mish N79, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at is some of the finest Katahdin ewes you'll see in the country. Any one of these could win on any day. It just shows that just because you want to save $6 on shearing, you don't have to sacrifice 30 cents at the sale barn. These are excellent ewes. They're going to do really, really well for you. My reserve, I'm going to place 417. She's a very nice, correct ewe. I really like the way she looks. I like the way she moves. There's really nothing wrong with her. She's an excellent sheep. But just to show you what you can have, my champion is my senior ewe. Take a good look at her, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the 80-pound backyard Katahdin that somebody bought just because they didn't want to shear. This is what good genetics and a decent sheep looks like. That ewe can compete with any ewe here in the barn. There's nothing wrong with her. Nothing wrong with her at all. She's an excellent built, good style, good body, good depth, good size, all the way around. An excellent sheep. Congratulations.
Grand champion of our Katahdin ewes goes to entry 408, Mish M663, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. It will represent the Katahdins in the Supreme Show this afternoon, starting at 4:15. Reserve champion is entry 417, Mish N72, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Moving into our Katahdin Yearling Rams, class 708. Yearling Ram born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st, 2024. A single entry is 419, Mish M636, exhibited by Sudorkos Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan.
Once again, we have an excellent Katahdin Ram here. The yearling, he's showing great size, length, depth. He's got a very good understanding at the back end where the work needs to be done. He's showing that mane at the front from a Wiltshire Horn influence. He's got a very nice coat. He's an excellent looking ram. We will place him first. Congratulations.
First place in our Katahdin Yearling Ram goes to entry 419, Mish M636, exhibited by Sudorkos Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Coming in the ring is class 710, Katahdin Ram Lamb, born November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2025. Entry 421, Mish N50, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Entry number 420, Mish 936, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. And entry 422, Legacy's New Look, exhibited by Jules Legacy Katahdins of Porcupine Plain, Saskatchewan.
Ladies and gentlemen, here on these Rams, I really looked at the bottom two. I really liked the ginger one, just his look and stuff about him. I moved him around, actually had him in second for a bit. But what dropped him back down is his front legs just aren't as correct and straight as the one in second. The second's carrying a bit more weight all the way around. But like I said, there was just something about that ginger ram that caught my eye, except for the knees. But our number one ram here, he's just bigger all the way around from the other two rams combined. He's just a way more powerful ram front to back. So 422 is my winner and 422nd. Thank you.
First place is entry 422, Legacy's New Look from Jules Legacy Katahdins of Porcupine Plain, Saskatchewan. Second place, entry 420, Mish N36, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. And third place is entry 421, Mish N50, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. The next class is Class 711, the Katahdin Ram Lambs born March 1st, 2025 and later. There are 2 entries in this class. Coming in the ring is entry 424, Mish N64, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. And entry 423, Mish N58, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan.
Ladies and gentlemen, both these rams standing in the ring are very good rams. What the ginger caught my eye when he walked in, just because he's a fairly proud ram and he shows really nice. He's a bit shorter, about 4 inches shorter in the back and the loin than the white ram standing next to him. And he's got them white feet that I'm not real keen on. But I was going to place him first until I got my hands on the white ram. And I think the white ram is just a better ram all the way around. He's a bit longer without being unusually long for the breed. He's got a better understanding in the business end when you get your hands on the back. He stands fairly correct. And he's actually bigger when you get your hands on his back end and on his shoulders. He's carrying more weight there, but it just doesn't show it just because he's such a long ram. But like I said, he's not unconventionally long like some people grow them. So they're both excellent rams, and I guess at the sale it'll be in the eyes of the buyer who's going to do better. But today I'm going to pick 423 as my winner here today, and 424 is my runner-up.
First place in a Ram Lambs born March 1st, 2025 and later goes to entry 423, Mish N58, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Second place, entry 424, Mish N64 from Mish Katahdins, Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Katahdin Rams will be the first and second place finishers from their previous Ram classes. From our yearling Rams, we have entry 419, Mish M636 from Sidorko's Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. From our Ram Lambs, born November 28th, 24 to the last day of February, we have entry 422, Legacy's New Look, exhibited by Jules Legacy Katahdins of Porcupine Plain, Saskatchewan. And entry 420, Mish N36, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. From our Ram Lambs, born March 1st, 2025 and later, we have entry 423, Mish N58, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. And entry 424, Mish N64, exhibited by Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan.
Like I've been saying, ladies and gentlemen, these are not your $80 auction sale barn Katahdins. These are excellent, excellent representations of the breed. I've been going through my head on the back end here for the top two for my reserve, and I think I'm going to have to go with 422 in the middle. They're the same length. It's just 422 is actually matured a bit more and showing you what you can have for the weight. He's an excellent put together ram. There's absolutely nothing more wrong with that ram. He's a bit more proud. He's showing that good Wiltshire horn mane in the front, and he's an excellent reserve. And I'm sure if he gets shown next year as a senior ram, he'll be even that much better. But my senior ram is going to be my grand champion, and he's just an excellent all-around ram. This is what Katahdin rams should be, and if you're a hobbyist or an acreage person wanting to get into Katahdin sheep, that's what you're aiming for, is right there in first place is 419. So congratulations, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our grand champion Katahdin ram goes to entry 419 Mish M636, exhibited by Sidorkus Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. They will represent the Katahdin Rams in the Supreme Show later this afternoon. And reserve champion is entry 422, Legacy's New Look, exhibited by Jules Legacy Katahdins of Porcupine Plain, Saskatchewan. Coming in the ring is class 713, the Katahdin Get of Sire. We have a single entry. Exhibitor number 425 is a Get a Sire from Mish Katahdins of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. A Get a Sire consists of 3 animals. They are all sired by the same ram.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have a really good representation of the breed and what it should be. You'll notice when they're all standing together, they're not as thick as the Ile-de-France and some of them, but they're not bred to be. So, but as far as the Katahdin breed, you're not going to find too many better than what Mish has brought here this weekend. So congratulations and thank you muchly.
First place in the Katahdin Getassire goes to entry 425, Mish Katahdin's Glenavon, Saskatchewan. In the ring now is Class 714, the Katahdin's Breeders' Flock. This is a group of 4 sheep, all owned by the same breeder. Both genders need to be represented in their flock. So there's rams and ewes.
I find it hard when we're doing breeders' flocks when there's only one breeders' flock in the arena to try and show you the differences in the breeding programs and that. But realistically, I don't think you're going to find much better breeding than what you're looking at here in the ring today. Their peas in a pod, that mature ewe is fabulous. The lambs on the sides of her are excellent. There's really nothing as far as deficiencies you can say in the Katahdin breed and of what's being shown here in front of you today. So give them a round of applause for what they brought to you today because they're just excellent. So thank you very much.
First place and representing the Katahdins in the Breeders' Flock later this afternoon in the Supreme Show is entry 426, Mish Katahdins from Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Moving into our North Country Cheviots, Class 802, the yearling ewes born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st of 2024. We do have 2 entries in this class. Entry 427, Westerdale Manna 51M, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. And entry 428, McKidd's Lass 5M, exhibited by McKidd's Sheep of Regina, Saskatchewan.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at here are two very distinct and different styles of North Country Cheviot. The fitted one here on the end is a very nice layered park style ewe. We got a smoother face Caithness with a bit longer legs made for up on the hills. So although they're the same breed, they're a different utility sheep. This little ewe in the back here is very nice. They're both bred to come in. She's got really good length. She's fitted pretty decent. She could use a little bit more of a wash if you were wanting to show pennies to pennies. But overall, she's a hellish nice ewe. The only problem I have with this ewe, and it's maybe the way she's standing, is this one front knee is bent in a wee little bit, right? It's not as straight as her right one. The ewe I'm going to place in first is a gorgeous park style ewe. Like if I were getting into Cheviots again, these are the Cheviots I'd be looking at. She's square, doesn't matter which way you look at her. She's short to the ground. She's got a little bit of that sway back that the Northies are known for and they're supposed to have. And she doesn't have the big Caithness nose that we're looking for in our rams. That's a gorgeous ewe that we're placing in first, and I look forward to seeing her back in the championship. But there's nothing wrong with the ewe in second place. So thank you very much.
First place in Class 802 North Country Cheviot Yearling Ewes born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st of 2024 goes to entry 427 Westerdale Manna 51M from Rosinki Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. Second place is entry 428 McKidd's Last 3M exhibited by McKidd's Sheep of Regina, Saskatchewan. The next class in the ring is Class 804, the North Country Cheviot ewe lamb, born November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2025. A single entry in this class is exhibitor number 429, Westerdale Nala 6N, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is an excellent example of the Laird style North Country Cheviot. She's going to be a great ewe. She's got a little bit more leg on than what she showed in the last session here, but this one here is a damn good Cheviot ewe. And she's showing that she's a Cheviot, but not behaving. But that's just the way they are. They're meant to be good moms and live on the hills, so she doesn't like being in the arena. But if you look, there's absolutely nothing wrong with this ewe, so congratulations.
First place goes to entry 429 Westerdale Nala 6N, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. Next in the ring is Class 805 North Country Cheviot ewe lambs born March 1st, 2025 and later. 4 entries in the class are entry 431 Double L Nancy Drew 90N from Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. Entry 433 Tri-County 16N, exhibited by Hannah Penner of Claresholm, Alberta. Entry 432, Double L No Frills 49N, exhibited by Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. And entry 430, Westerdale RDG 27N, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. The North Country Cheviot is a breed that has been widely used in north of England and Scotland for several centuries. They are independent sheep, strong-willed, vigorous, and very hardy in harsh climates and rough pasture. They are best suited to pasture-based systems where the management is not intensive. The ewes exhibit superior mothering instincts and deliver lambs easily. The lambs are vigorous at birth with excellent survivability. Although they only demonstrate an average rate of gain, the carcass quality is very good and above average yield percentage. North Country Cheviot rams are often used in crossbreeding programs to pass on the maternal strengths of their breed as well as to produce desirable carcasses.
these two lambs down here that I placed in the bottom are really, really good little lambs. They just, in this class, they just aren't as fed up as well, and they could be a bit younger. They're the two Caithness style with the nice smooth heads, good motherability, good milking ewes. We come up here into second place. We're getting into more Lairg influence. It's a bit higher and thicker around. And then up into our first place ewe here, who's a very solid ewe. There's not much wool on her when you start sticking your hands on her. She's thick all the way around, well built, square front to back. And it's not my preference with the big Roman nose on my ewes on the Caithness style, but that's a snapping good ewe there. So that's how I'm placing first to fourth.
First place in our North Country Cheviot ewe lambs goes to entry 430 Westerdale RDG 27N, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. Second place is entry 433 Tri-County 16N, exhibited by Hannah Penner of Claresholm, Alberta. Third place, entry 432 Double L No Frills 49N, exhibited by Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. And fourth place, entry 431 Double L Nancy Drew 90N, exhibited by Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. We'll move into our Class 806 North Country Cheviot Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion ewes. This will be the first and second place of our North Country Cheviot ewe classes from previous. From our yearling ewes, we have entry 427 Westerdale Manna 51M, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. And entry 428 McKidd's Last 3M, exhibited by McKidd's Sheep of Regina, Saskatchewan. From our ewe lambs born November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2028 is entry 429 Westerdale Nala 6N, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited, Didsbury, Alberta. And our ewe lambs born March 1st, 2025 and later, we have entry 430 Westerdale RDG 27N, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta, and entry 433 Tri-County 16N, exhibited by Hannah Penner of Claresholm, Alberta.
So all the North Countries in the ring right now are basically showing my bias to heavy down south, heavy park style ewes. that's what I used to race, and that's what I like to see. My reserve champion is my second one in here. She's an excellent bred ewe. She's got great feet and legs. We're not looking for big length in the Cheviot, so they're not going to be 14 feet long like the Columbia or anything like that. These ewes are supposed to do 1.5 and then do it on pasture, and that's what that ewe's going to do. And my grand champion is my senior ewe. She's just an all-round, well-built brick of a ewe. There's nothing wrong with her at all. If I could have 100 of her back, I would sure like it. So that's a perfect example of a nice layered ewe. So congratulations, and see you in the all-around. So.
Our grand champion, North Country Cheviot Ram, goes to entry 427. Is Westerdale Mana 51M, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited. And reserve is entry 429. Westerdale Nulla 6N, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. Our next class in the ring is our Class 808 North Country Cheviot Yearling Rams, born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st of 2024. In the ring is entry 438, McKidd's Lad 2M, exhibited by McKidd's Sheep of Regina, Saskatchewan. Entry 436, Double L Mastermind 94M, exhibited by Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. Entry 434, Westerdale 76M, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. Entry 435, Moo 154, exhibited by Lakeland College Sheep and Stuff Club of Vermilion, Alberta. And entry 437, Double L Maximus 15M, exhibited by Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan.
Really good group of North Country Chevy at Rams here. The ones down near the bottom here, they're just a lot less fed than those going up, and at a show, I'd like to see them just a bit thicker. I know if I took them home and Kelly had them for 2 months, they'd be heavy, soggy dogs and away to go. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with these. They're just not fed up as good as the other ones. In third, it's the same deal. She's a bit thicker, or he's a bit thicker than these other two down at the bottom. And then at the top two, it kind of basically depends on really what you're looking for. Like if you're looking for the smooth caithness head, your pick would probably be this one. But there's undenying that this Lairg style park up in first place is just a soggy ram. Like he's a big, well-built ram, thick front to shoulders, square. It doesn't matter which direction you look at him. Got the nice sway in his back that he's supposed to have. Same with the one in second. It's all around good pen in North Countries, and thank you for giving me the pleasure to judge him.
First place in our North Country Chevy Yearling Ram Lamb class goes to, for 34, Westerdale 76M, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. Second place, exhibitor number 435, MOO 154, exhibited by Lakeland College Sheep and Stuff Club of Vermilion, Alberta. Third place, entry 438, McKidd's Lad 2M, exhibited by McKidd Sheep of Regina, Saskatchewan. Fourth place is entry 436, Double L Mastermind 94M, exhibited by Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. And entry 437 is Double L Maximum 15M, exhibited by Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. Coming into the ring is Class 811, North Country Chevy Ram Lambs, born March 1st, 2025 and later. We have entry 441, Tri-County 59N, exhibited by Hannah Penner of Claresholm, Alberta. Entry 442, MOO 25-1, exhibited by Lakeland College Sheep and Stuff Club of Vermilion, Alberta. And entry 440, Westerdale 25N, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. For our audience and exhibitors, we will take a break following the North Country Cheviots. And so we'll take a break for the shearing demonstration and hoof trimming, and we'll resume at 1:30 following the North Country Cheviots.
So once again, a really good class of North Country Chevy Ram Lambs here. The Ram I got in third, I had him in second, but he just doesn't have the factory at the back end compared to the one that I placed in second. He's a little bit light in the back end there. I'm sure that'll come with maturity, but on the day today, he's about half of what my second place fellow is. My second place fellow's a really well built Ram, a little bit light for through the body for what I prefer. But my Ram that I placed in first would do well against Alan Shaw's in Scotland. He's a good looking Ram, well put together and really flashy for a Ram, and shows well and is thick. Like if you get your hands on him, if you're looking at a North Country and going through the pens, this guy is built. It's not just the wool that's been carved to make him look like that. So this is an excellent Ram. So thank you much.
First place in our Ram Lamb class goes to entry 440, Westerdale 25N, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. Second place is entry 441, Tri-County 59N, exhibited by Hannah Penner of Claresholm, Alberta. And third is entry 442, MOO 25-1, exhibited by Lakeland College Sheep and Stuff Club, Vermilion, Alberta. Moving into class 8-12 is our North Country Chevy Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Rams. First and second place from our previous two classes will come back into the ring, and we will select our champion. From our yearling Rams, we have entry 434, Westerdale 76M, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta, and entry 435, MOO 154, exhibited by Lakeland College Sheep and Stuff Club of Vermilion, Alberta. Our Ram Lambs, we have entry 440, Westerdale 25N, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta, and entry 441, Tri-County 59M, exhibited by Hannah Penner of Claresholm, Alberta.
So ladies and gentlemen, what you have in here is a really good example of North Country genetics all the way around. It's hard to really knock any of them on the way they look. My reserve champion, I'm going to come back here. It's just a lot of the breeders aren't going to like the smooth head unless they're going for ewe lambs, but it's a fantastic looking Caithness style ram. It's great. I was going to place my ram lamb in second, but upon further investigation, I got a black spot here in the wool, which took him out of the running, which isn't breed spec. And my grand champion is my Caithness up here at the front. He's an excellent ram. There's nothing about him that I would change. He's thick in his leg, thick all the way through. He's just an excellent representation of the North Country breed. So, reserve and grand.
So grand champion is our mature 434 Westerdale 76M, exhibited by Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. They will represent the North Country Cheviot Rams in the Supreme Show starting at 4:15 this afternoon. Reserve champion, entry 435, MO0154, exhibited by Lakeland College Sheep and Stuff Club of Vermilion, Alberta. Just a reminder to our exhibitors and our audience, we'll be taking a break following the North Country Cheviot show, and we'll resume our show at 1:30 following our shearing demonstration. If you are coming to our social event this evening, please come up to us at the announcer booth to tell us how many people are planning to come so that we can order the food. Our next class in the ring is the Get a Sire. This is a group of 3 animals that are all sired by the same ram. We have 2 entries in this Get a Sire class. Coming in the ring, we have entry 443, a Get a Sire from Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan, and entry 444 from Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta.
I know Royce is probably going to hate me for what I'm going to say here, But what he's got here are perfectly good sheep anytime around. I've had him in my flock. He's got some of mine in his, and probably, if we look, there's probably a Fusilier and something here that I've placed down, and I'm going to look like an idiot. But that said, we're here at the show, and Royce's are just light compared to the other ones, right? Like they're not. These are excellent working sheep. There's nothing wrong with these sheep, but on the day of the show, these are the ones that are showing. Fair enough. I'm not going to get Charlie Kirk or anything because I made that. Okay, good deal. So they're both really good. This is a really even bunch that I'm going to give to my grand champion pen here. They're even straight across. There's nothing wrong with them. There's nothing wrong with any of them. It depends what you're looking for when you're buying. But on the day of a show, I'm going to pick the showier sheep. So, and they're also thicker and just more what I'd be looking for at a sale like today. So, thank you very much.
First place in our Get a Sire goes to entry 444, Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. Second place to Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan.
Once again, we're going to place them the same as we did before. Royce has got 2 Rams and 2 ewes showing here, and like I said, their only downfall today is that they're in their working clothes and they're good working sheep, and that's basically it. The breeders' flock here at the end, I mean, they came here to show. I mean, they're all even. Their tail docks are within a string line apart, right? Like they're all the same. They're thick, they're fed, they're ready to show, and ultimately they are thicker sheep though than what's in second place. So my breeder's flock is the Rosinski Ranch. So congratulations.
First place in our North Country Cheviot Breeders' Flock goes to entry 446 from Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. They'll represent the North Country Cheviot flocks this afternoon in the Supreme Show, starting at 4:15. Second place is from Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. That concludes our show for this morning. We will resume this afternoon at 1:30 with our purebred show here in the show ring. Starting at 12:30, we're going to have a sheep shearing demonstration here in the show ring. And then we will start again with our Purebred Sheep Show this afternoon at 1:30, and our Supreme Show will begin at 4:15. If you are planning to come to our social this evening, please come up to us at the announcer table and tell us how many people you think are coming from your group so that we can order the appropriate amount of food. We'll see you at 12:30. 12:30 for the shearing, 1:30 for the show.
right, I think we're gonna start with our shearing demo here. Thank you for coming. And we've got Jason here who's gonna be shearing for us. And then I'll kind of walk you through what he's doing. So I'm Marisa Schubel. I teach at Lakeland College. We've got a few sheep here and a few students running around showing. We do some shearing at the college as well. I do it in my spare time. I kind of look after my friends, so I'm no professional by any means, but I can talk the talk enough to help you understand what Jason's doing here. So I'll let him introduce himself about kind of his farm and his shearing background.
So I'm Jason Struck. I'm 25 years old. I've been shearing since I was 12, professionally sheep shearing since I was 16. We run a flock at Pilger, Saskatchewan of 700 breeding ewes. So yeah, I basically go around the province shearing sheep professionally, and basically whoever calls me, I go travel as far as you basically want kind of thing. And yeah, that's pretty much it in the package.
All right, I'm gonna step away from the speakers here. All right, so these sheep have not had any prep for this show. You can tell they haven't been groomed yet. They're gonna look better afterwards. Hopefully. They're wool sheep. So if you wander over in the barn, we do have some hair sheep in there as well. And they don't need to be sheared every year, but these guys do. So you can imagine if you tried to wear your winter coat all summer long, what it might feel like. I do also understand that it is winter right now and we're taking off the winter coat. These guys have a barn to go home to. They'll grow a little bit of wool and then we can let them out, but we do really think it's important for you guys to see this. So you saw Jason kind of handling this sheep and flip her up on her bum. They seem to just kind of quiet down when they're sat on their butt like that. There's something in a sheep that they just kind of relax a little bit. And he's got her in a nice kind of curved shape so that, and he knows how to lean a sheep. He's just leaning her against him and so that he can shear her. It's just like getting a haircut when they take the buzzers to your head. Same deal here. We've got a machine up here and then down into the hand piece. So he does the belly first, and that wool will get discarded because usually it's kind of dirty. And so that wool just gets garbaged to the side. And then you can see he's got his left hand is pulling, oh, she's a little wiggly today. She's a little ticklish there. His left hand is always pulling on the skin. And so that's just to keep the skin nice and tight so that when he's clipping across that there's no wrinkles, and then he can clip nice and close to the skin and it gives it a clean clip. And then you can see as he's moving around, so he has to keep his sheep in a position that his drop handpiece can access the sheep. So he'll be kind of moving around. He's got his footwork going. He's opening up this side leg, and you can see he pushes in on that joint so that her leg straightens out. And then she's got a nice straight leg, and so then he can shear that off. This is called the Bowen method as far as like the style of taking the wool off. And so it will come off all in one fleece, the way that he's shearing it off. So he's shearing up the tail head there. And you can see he just has that lamb kind of between his knees. Now he's turning again. He's got more footwork. Gonna step over there. I like to tell my students to keep your toes pointed in, and then it helps just to strengthen that up a little bit, and so it's easier to hold the sheep. The neck can be kind of challenging, and so you can see he's managing just moving her head in a way that keeps the neck really stretched out. Again, so that there's no wrinkles, and you obviously you don't want wrinkles because then you can cut the skin. And he's just moving around. He's holding an ear She is a little bit wiggly today. These girls haven't been sheared before. Is it a girl? I think it's a wether. I'm sorry. I didn't actually check that. That's another thing when you're shearing. If I was actually on there, I would have checked for a little pizzle in the middle, you know, because we don't want that to get cut off in the first swipe. So yeah, these are wethers. They're young animals, so they haven't been sheared, or so he might be a little bit wiggly today. Usually they kind of get into it once they've done it more than once. Those smaller ones are always a little bit wigglier. So yeah, then he's just kind of pulling on that leg. There's a lot of kind of maneuvering of the body. So now he lays her right down. He's got a toe under her shoulder there, and then potentially a toe under the hip, and then we pull it, and then he steps over. So as long as she doesn't feel like she can get away, usually she can't. We have rules in shearing though, just don't let the sheep go. You just set the handpiece down ever so gently because you don't want to break your combs, and then just grab your sheep and don't let it go, right? If you let it go, I don't know, do we buy each other ice cream or something? Is that the deal? So yeah, you can see he kind of rolls her through. This is all part of the positions. So he's been trained, knows how to roll a sheep through, does it very well, obviously. She's all kind of curled around. You can think, how would that be comfortable? But she's doing okay. I know she's doing a little bit of a fuss here, but typically she wouldn't be that fussy about it. Sometimes we do get little nicks, like if there might be bumps in the skin or something, and you can get some little cuts when you're shearing. Obviously, we try not to. The advantage sheep have is they produce lanolin, which is like if you go to the old Carmex Lipsol and you look in the ingredients, you got lanolin in there, and it is fabulous as far as healing skin. So even if we do get a little bit of a nick or something, they usually heal up pretty quickly. So yeah, sheep are adapted that way. They have glands down by their udder. So chapped udders aren't really a big deal in sheep ever either, because they just have lanolin right beside the udder. So kind of handy. There we go. We got one done. Okay, I think we'll maybe try and hand out some of these pieces. I see Kirsten's coming around with some of it to feel. You guys can take little fluffs of it home, that's all right. And then I'll maybe show you how to kind of spin it. So we'll come over to the edge there and give some of this out. All right, looks like we've got a little ram lamb here now. So we'll get this guy cleaned up as well. I'll kind of just show you, while Jason's shearing, I can show you a little bit about how to spin the wool too. I'll have to put my microphone down because I need two hands. All right, okay, we got this set up here. So for spinning of wool, you would clean it and do all the things and have a spinner. But I don't usually have that when I'm out shearing, so I just like to make little bracelets for people. This wool, lamb's wool, is pretty short, so it's kind of hard, but you basically just take a little piece, pull it a little bit, and then start turning it. And so I just kind of start spinning it, and I pull a little bit more, and I pull a little bit more, spin this, pull a little bit more, and you can see that it's making a bit of a string. And so that's essentially what happens when you spin wool to make yarn. And so it's kind of fun. I usually, if there's any kids or even the adults at the places that I shear, we all make friendship bracelets after. And so yeah, for those of you that have chunks of wool, you can even try it. You just make a little string like so. Yeah, and then I just kind of spin with both hands. Once I got my deal going, spin the opposite way. Got my little string. And then you can see I wear a bunch of little bracelets. I think I've got cashmere and wool and alpaca, and yeah, so then that's how you make yarn. Kind of fun. All right, so yeah, we're working on this ram lamb here. Jason's got good footwork. I guess I'm approving of how he's doing it. I should. He's the professional, you know. So yeah, he's just clearing off this leg. Again, you can see that left hand is just always working the skin. And we're holding on to, I always say to the students, we're holding body parts, not wool. There's two rules I have when we're handling sheep, is don't pull the wool, and we're not flanking calves. So we have to, sheep are different to manage than calves. And so we manage kind of body parts. So you can see he's always holding kind of a body part as he's managing that sheep. And then that left hand is more important than the right hand. Honestly, the pulling the wool off is the easy part. The managing of the sheep with your footwork and how he's holding on to that sheep is the harder part, because you're always wanting to make sure there's no wrinkles. You're moving the body in a way that all of the skin is nice and tight across. And then you're trying to shear as close to the skin as possible so that the wool is coming off in one piece and you don't have second cuts in there. Because how I just showed you about spinning, if you have second cuts in there, then it's going to be harder to spin because you're going to have breaks and it's not going to work as well. So yeah, there's lots of things we can, if we look in different various products. I'm a big promoter, obviously, of wearing wool. So if you think of like a really warm toque that you might have, it's probably got a wool blend or something. It's a really great natural product that I think is definitely underutilized. And if you're curious about wool products and things that have wool, we do have the U shop set up right over here. I personally buy a new pair of mittens every year. They're from recycled wool. Buy a new one every year because I just wear them doing everything and I wear them out. So yeah, I know they have lots in stock there this year, and there's lots of cool sheep things. There's all the cosmetic products as well with the lanolin in it, and all sorts of things. Again, it's part of animal welfare to keep these animals cool and healthy. It's hard with sheep to be able to see what their body condition is like when they're all covered in wool. And so, like now we can see with this lamb that's shorn, we can see if she's got fat on her. We can see if she's actually, or sorry, I'm saying she, they're all he's. We can see if he's actually carrying the weight where he needs to, you know, if we need to feed him a little bit more or a little bit less, because as you have wool on, you can't necessarily see what is underneath. So it's a nice kind of touch point to really, really check in on all your individual animals. Okay, we're just rounding up this guy, pull the string, and we're done number 2. Good stuff. So yeah, you can see this. This all kind of came off in one fleece. This is short lamb's wool, so it's not great, but you can see I can lay it out and it comes off in one fleece. So essentially you could take that whole thing and you could spin that whole thing into one string because it's one fleece, right? Even though it's a bunch of short little hairs, because you're turning it and spinning it and it is all kind of connected, then you can actually just pull it out into one long string. And so we would clean this, we would like take all the daggy bits out of it and anything that's poor quality, and then we would take it and fold it up and roll it, and then it goes into a big wool bag. So we'd have lots and lots of fleeces in there and press it into, like, are they 200-pound bags or something? 200 to 300 pounds, like we call them wool bales. They're just like these really, really big bales full of wool. And then we can take them and they get marketed with Canadian wool growers, and it's a cooperative that markets our wool for us. The wool market currently is not very strong, so it is a lot for animal welfare. Like the reason we take wool off is not to make money with the wool, it's for animal welfare, to keep these animals healthy. I guess I would like to know what you guys have questions about. So is there any questions? Good question. How much does it cost to shear a sheep, Jason? Depends on how many you have. Yeah, so we like to have kind of a setup fee, like there's something that I need to come to drive to your place, set up my machine, get everything ready. Sometimes we bring like special equipment and stuff. We're sitting around $7 a head. It'll vary a little bit with shearers, but how many can you do in an hour, Jason?
Good shearing sheep, 20 to 25 an hour kind of thing roughly. It's fairly where I'm at.
That's impressive. Yeah, I don't do that many in an hour. Any other questions? Oh, how much is it per bag? Okay, so if it's 300-pound bags and we get maybe 50 cents, probably not, 25 cents? 20 cents? So 20 cents times 300, you can do the math. $60? $60 per bag? Okay, thanks, Kirsten. $60 for a bag. So it's not very much. Yeah, and then we have to pay the shearers to do it, you know, it's kind of a thing. Yeah. Okay, this question was again around the time. So Jason does a lot more sheep in a day than I would. What would you say like the average shearer would do in a day? Yeah, number of sheep in a day. Sorry. How many sheep in a day?
Probably like 100 to 125 is comfortable. Most I've sheared in a day is 190. Yeah, it's
Cool. Yeah, so I always encourage kids, students, people, shearing is a great job and it's always needed. And you get to see a lot of sheep. You get to be, up close and personal with every last one of the flock. And so you get to see a lot. It's a really, really cool job. Oh, very good question. Do sheep grow their hair back? Yes. Yes. This guy will need to be sheared again 1 year from now. So they need to be sheared once a year. Yeah. How much wool does a typical sheep have? 5 pounds? I think probably about 5 pounds per sheep is what the average would have. There's wool breeds that would have more than that and some have less. How much will a sheep grow a day? So it depends on the breed. These guys are growing lambs. You can get anywhere from like half a pound of gain per day to 1 pound. Over a pound would be a pretty solid sheep per day. Yeah, so they can grow pretty fast. Good question. She asked me how long I've been teaching. 11 years now. Yeah. So this one was about wool growth and okay, they grow it back, but is there a maximum it grows? It just keeps growing. So that's why it's so important that we shear it every year, right? Because otherwise she's going to go through next summer wearing a wool coat, a big winter coat, right? And so we need to keep her healthy, and she would overheat if we didn't shear. Good question. What type of oil do you use on your clippers, Jason? Engine oil, yeah. Whatever the farmer has around when I run out. How's that? Question? If there was a sheep that had never been sheared, how big would it be? That I don't know. I hope I never see one because I want them sheared every year. What is the thing under its tail? Right here? Those are testicles. Aren't they huge on sheep? I know, it's crazy. Good question. Okay, I'll take a couple more here. This guy. Yeah. Oh, this is a good question. Follow up to there. Okay, so once we've castrated them, what are they called? So this is a ram lamb, and then this guy is he's castrated, and he's called a wether. Yeah. And then on the female side, if they're little like this, we call them ewe lambs. And then the big females are ewes. Or if you're in Ontario, they call them yos. Oh, really? Hoof trimming? All right, we have one more little demo here. Jason's going to show us how to trim hooves on these guys. We just use a set of pruning shears. And yeah, you can use a variety. There's lots of different types. It's kind of preference of what you use. Sheep typically need to be trimmed about once a year. So when they're coming through the lambing barn, sometimes is a good time to shear, or if you do pasture lambing, you might just have kind of a set time of year that you like to just go through everybody and trim feet. It's basically just like trimming your fingernails. You just trim up to the edge, you know, you take the white part off. He's just taking off the edges right up to the sole. And so it's just kind of any of that overgrown bits, just to give her a little bit of a trim. A sheep with good conformation will wear off their feet in a fairly uniform way. It's one of the ways you can tell if they have poor conformation is when their feet kind of grow a little bit too long in certain places. But we don't fault them too much if they have a little bit of growth for the year, and we just can kind of tidy them up for them. Tip off on the front, because that's typically where it'll grow a little bit extra, and then anything that kind of curls around on the inside. The lanolin that I mentioned earlier, they have a gland that's right on top of the hooves as well, and so it keeps them nice and soft right there. There's lanolin being secreted right on top of the hoof that just goes down in between, and it helps to keep their hooves healthy. So they're equipped with all these little gadgets basically to keep them healthy. And then we check, like you can have feet trouble, so we can get foot rot in sheep as well, or foot scald if the skin in between the toes gets too wet or filled with, you know, manure and stuff, and then it can scald a little bit. And then we can get like a contagious foot rot, which is a really bad one to get in sheep. So we're always kind of wanting to examine that. And if we smell stinky feet, that's not a good sign, right? And they probably need a trim and a little bit of a treatment. So we're always watching for that as well. Okay, so we got this guy trimmed up. Good. I wonder if I'll just ask. Does anybody have any questions specifically around hoof trimming? And then if it's a different style of a question, I can come and talk to you guys at the edge. Is there any questions specifically about hoof trimming? Yeah. Right, so the question was, what do I do if the hooves are stinky? Okay, so we'll make sure we trim them up and then clean it out, because we'll see if it's manure or something, or if there's an extra bacteria. Usually if it's pretty stinky, it means there's some sort of bacteria going on and I need to treat it. So I would need to work with my vet as far as what to actually treat with. Good question. So what happens if you cut the hooves too close? Yeah, and that absolutely can happen. They'll bleed a little bit. They can bleed if we get it too close. Hopefully we don't have that happen, but just like if you kind of slip while you're using the clippers on your fingernails, right, it hurts a little bit. The nice thing is when you put pressure on, it usually stops bleeding, and they're stepping on it, so it usually stops bleeding. Yeah, we have special like blood stop powder and stuff if it's really bad. I've hardly ever had to use that, I hope. But there are things that we can do if we do get them to bleed. Good question. So what medicine do we use to stop foot rot? I hope I don't have it, but then I would work with my vet. So I can't really tell everybody what to use. There's various products you can use for hoof baths, like copper sulfate and copper zinc products that can help with the hoof bathing. But if you did have a real problem with it, you would be working with your vet, because it is pretty serious when you have bad foot rot. Yeah, I think that's probably good. All right. Okay, well, thank you so much. I will come over to you guys that still have some questions and just answer them personally. So I'll hang around for a few minutes. But thank you so much for coming and sharing this experience with us.
If I'm honest, I don't know what I'm doing. Just wandering the rooms, looking for a place to start. If I'm honest, I don't know who I am. All I see is a man who's waiting for a wake-up call. So won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Open up my mind, I cannot find a melody, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Keep singing. I wish I was better at everything I've ever tried and failed to be. I wear every hat down, I show every scar, and I found that hope can only carry you so far. So won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Open up my mind, I cannot find a melody, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Keep singing. So won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Open up my mind, I cannot find a melody, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Keep singing. Keep singing. Keep singing. Keep singing.
We're getting close to our start time for our Saskatchewan Sheep Breeders Association Purebred Show resuming. If you're looking for a show catalog, we've got a few left up here at the announcer table. for you guys in the audience, we're just going to wait for the auction to settle down before we start our show. I think we're going to get started because this is the longest sale ever. So, I can guarantee our sale tomorrow will not be this long or this loud. But we're going to get started with our purebred show, resuming here in the show ring. I want to welcome back our judge, Jason Cooper. He judged our show this morning and yesterday, and he'll be resuming the show for the rest of today. Coming into the ring, we have our Class 1104 Southdown Ewe-Lamb, born November 28th, 2024, to the last day of February 2025. 2 entries in this class, entry 447, Spiker 51N of Furs Farms, Mooseman, Saskatchewan, and Spiker 47N of Furs Farms, Mooseman, Saskatchewan. The Southdown was developed in Sussex, England in the late 1700s and early 1800s and exported to the US shortly thereafter. In Canada, it became known as the Aberdeen Angus of the sheep industry due to its ability to flesh out a small carcass. The breed declined drastically in the 1960s as a result of its very small stature and lambing difficulties. However, breeding selection has restored the breed to a medium-sized sheep while preserving its feed conversion efficiency. As a result, the breed has come back into favor for producing meaty carcasses for the medium to light lamb markets. The Southdown is docile and adapts very well to confinement. Its size and quiet nature make the Southdown an excellent breed for starter flocks of 4-H projects for children. The ewes are generally maintained as purebreds. Southdown rams are widely used as terminal sires to put finish on crossbred lambs from other breeds. The Southdown does possess the ability to finish on pasture.
So over the past few years, when you see Southdowns in the arena, you're either getting small ponies from Ontario or miniatures from Alberta for some reason. This is what a Southdown is supposed to look like. These two are fairly even, peas in a pod. But I think on this day today, I'm going to have to give, in this class, Brad's going to take it over. Joe is used a little bit longer. She's thicker in the back end, thicker in the front. She's not as deep as this one, but she still has the capacity, and I think will make a better ewe in the long run than this one. But either one of them would be good for you if you're wanting to take them home. It's hard to tell, like they're nearly identical. but the one Brad's holding here is to me just the better one on the day today. So there's my placings.
First place in ewe lamb, born November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2025, goes to entry 448, Spiker 47N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Second place, entry 447, Spiker 51N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. The next class in the ring is 1105 Southdown ewe lamb, born March 1st, 2025 and later. Entry 449, Spiker 60N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan.
It's too bad I don't have another one in here to compare with, just because this little ewe is fairly stunning just in the way she's built, and this is what a Southdown is supposed to look like. She's thick through, like they don't carry the big muscle like the Texels and the Ile de France do, but bred for what she's supposed to be and to the breed standard, you're not going to get closer than what you're seeing in front of you right now. So it's a real stunning little ewe lamb. So congratulations to Brad on his breeding program.
First place in our Southdown ewe lamb class goes to entry 449, Spiker 60N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. In class 1106 is our Southdown Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion ewes. This is first and second place from the previous classes. From our ewe lamb class, we have entry 448, Spiker 47N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Entry 447, Spiker 51N from Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. And our ewe lamb, our later ewe lamb, is entry 449, Spiker 60N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan.
So my reserve champion is going to be the one JoJo's holding here at the end, the yearling. She's a hellish nice ewe. Yeah, well, she's older, but she's not carrying the same weight and the same conformation. Yeah, so that's going to be my reserve. This one, if we brought him back in a year, would outshine that one, I think, by quite a bit. Yeah, but that's still a better sheep in my opinion. She's thicker through the chest, thicker through the back end. She's straighter. To me, like, that's a real stunning little Southdown ewe here that Brad's holding here, so she'll be my grand champion ewe. So.
Our grand champion Southdown ewe goes to entry 449, Spiker 60 from Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. It will represent the Southdowns this afternoon in our Supreme show starting at 4:15. Reserve champion is entry 448, Spiker 47N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Next in the ring is Class 110, Southdown Ram Lambs, born March 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2025. Single entry is 450, Spiker 50N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan.
Like I said, if you're going into Ontario, this ram and this style of breeding isn't going to do very good, but in the show ring, because they like them really tall American style, and in BC they've gone to more of the baby dolls. But this is what a Southdown ram is supposed to look like. I mean, he's not going to give you the biggest carcass through and through. Like, you're not going to be putting him on the rail at 135, 140 pounds. But for what they're bred for and what a Southdown is supposed to be, this is a really good ram. Nice tight skin, good wool coat on him. He's square front to back. There's absolutely really nothing wrong with him that I can really pick apart. He's just a good all-around Southdown ram. So,
First place and grand champion Southdown Ram goes to entry 450, Spiker 50N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Coming in the ring is Class 1113, the Southdown Get a Sire. This is 3 animals, and they are all sired by the same ram.
We've seen all 3 of these animals come through here just a few minutes ago, but if you look at them, the 2 bigger ones, I asked they're January, the little one's March. There's not a whole lot of difference. You can tell there's a little bit on the 2 months behind in growing, but realistically, these 3 are peas in a pod, all things considered. Nothing really a guy can say wrong about them. Brad and Joe have done an excellent job bringing them in and fitting them up for show. And yeah, that would be our champion today.
First place, Get a Sire, goes to entry 451 from Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. They're going to bring in a 4th animal for the breeder's flock. This is 4 animals from the same farm, and they are shown with both genders represented.
Yeah, once again, like we've only added the one from the other class. These are great little sheep. It'll be interesting to see when we put them in the ring for the Supreme how they do. But I mean, ultimately, if you're looking for Southdown or a smaller animal, I mean, these, if you're going to the sale, I mean, I'd really be looking at these hard. So credit to Joe and Brad's breeding. These are an excellent quality group. So thank you very much.
First place and grand champion, Southdown Breeders' Flock, representing the Southdowns in the Supreme Show, starting at 4:15 this afternoon. They are entry 452 Furs Farms from Mooseman, Saskatchewan. We are moving on to our Suffolk show, beginning with our yearling Suffolks. Class 1202, Suffolk Yearling Ewes, born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st of 2024. 2 entries in this class. Entry 454, Sheep Lake Rhubarb, exhibited by Mackenzie Flanders of Vermilion, Alberta. And entry 453, Furs Mimosa 121M, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. The Suffolk was developed in the early 1800s in the southeastern area of England by crossing the South Down and the Norfolk Horned sheep. The breed came to Canada in 1888, and interest in the breed grew rapidly after 1920. More than 80 years later, it is still one of the dominant breeds in the Canadian industry. Because Suffolk lambs exceed all other breeds in rate of gain and respond well to confinement, they often excel. They offer excellent economic returns and continue to dominate the heavy lamb market in Canada. The rams are widely used as terminal sires in commercial ewe flocks due to their ability to produce lambs with excellent growth and carcass traits. The Suffolk is, however, a heavy feeder, and maintaining a moderate-sized sheep under more controlled management systems has been advantageous in exploiting their meat traits in an economically efficient manner.
So my ewe in second place is this little one in front. She's just quite a bit smaller, and she's a lot finer in frame than one I'm placing ahead of her. She's not a bad ewe herself, but when I'm looking at Suffolk, I'm a big fan of the British breeding. I like the thicker legs, the squarer body, the thicker style of ewe. I think if this one had a few more groceries coming in, she could have bulked up a little bit, but even then, I don't think she's the quality of the ewe that Joe has here, and I'm going to place in first place. This ewe is square all the way around, thick front to back, square in the shoulder, square in the back. She's deep. She's got capacity to carry lambs. She has carried one lamb. Her udder's recovered remarkably. She's just an all-around great ewe, so I'm placing Joe in first and the little one in second.
First place goes to entry 453, Furs Mimosa 121M, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Second place, entry 454, Sheep Lake Rhubarb, exhibited by Mackenzie Flanders of Vermilion, Alberta. Class 1204 is next in the ring. This is our Suffolk ewe lambs born November 28th, 2024 to the end of February 2025. In the ring, we have entry 456, Struck J206N, exhibited by Struck Farm of Pilger, Saskatchewan. Entry 459, Sheep Lake Val 482N, exhibited by Mackenzie Flanders of Vermilion, Alberta. Entry 458, Ward 535N, exhibited by Ward Suffolk of Saltcoats, Saskatchewan. Entry 457, Furs Naomi 113N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. And entry 455, Cannon Sky 414N, exhibited by Triple T Farms of Kelleher, Saskatchewan.
Okay, I'm just going to start down here with the bottom two. We got one that's underfinished and one that's a little bit overfinished type of deal. Neither one are bad sheep. I think it's just going to take a bit of practice and getting the feed program right and when to start and that. There's nothing wrong with those ewes. They both have good feet and leg structure. They're both nice and square. It's just they're just not fitting the top end of this class. Got Jason in third place here. He's got a black spot on his chest into the wool. It's fairly noticeable, and he's carrying an extra teat underneath. So I talked to him when I was looking at him. She's an excellent ewe. I mean, she'd be great for any commercial herd that wanted to buy her or use her. And then the top two, back end from where I'm looking, they're pretty much identical. But if you go to the front, what's putting Joe over the top, it's just mainly her ewe is square all the way through. This number 2 place narrows down in the front a bit, and Joe's is fairly square all the way through. Both are finished exceptionally well, but on the day, Joe's is the pick for today. So.
First place, ewe lamb, goes to entry 457, Furs Naomi 113N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Second place goes to entry 458, Ward 535N, exhibited by Ward Suffolk of Saltcoats, Saskatchewan. Third to entry 456, Struck J 206N, exhibited by Struck Farm of Pilger, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to entry 455, Cannon Sky 414N, exhibited by Triple T Farms of Kelleher, Saskatchewan. And fifth place to entry 459, Sheep Lake Val 482N, exhibited by Mackenzie Flanders of Vermilion, Alberta. Our next class in the ring right now is 1206. This is a Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Suffolk ewes. From our yearling ewe class, we have entry 453, Furs Mimosa 121M, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. And entry 454 will be Sheep Lake Rhubarb, exhibited by Mackenzie Flanders of Vermilion, Alberta. And from our ewe lamb class, we have entry 457, Furs Naomi 113N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. And entry 458, Ward 535N, exhibited by Ward Suffolk of Saltcoats, Saskatchewan.
So when you got them set out like this, you can kind of see where my preferences lay. The lighter two are at the back. They're a bit thinner boned and in structure than the two that I've placed in first. They're also, after the South Downs, there must have been some marital discourse because I noticed they changed hands so that Joe could take the better of the two sheep and take all the glory coming out of this today. So my reserve is the one Brad's handling here. She's younger. She's got a little bit of room to grow, but she just doesn't have the thickness at this time as the ewe I'm placing as my grand champion, which is the one Joe has. Joe has a quintessential British Suffolk standing in front of you. Nice thick legs, square on all four corners, thick through the front, straight through to the back. She's not gutty. She's carrying lots of capacity, and she's got a very good udder at the back end. So putting Brad as my reserve and Joe in first place as my grand champion.
Grand Champion Suffolk U, representing the Suffolks in the Supreme Show, starting at 4:15 this afternoon, goes to entry 453, Furs Mimosa 121M from Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Reserve Champion is entry Furs Naomi 113N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Our next class in the ring is Class 1208, the Suffolk Yearling Rams, born January 1st, 2024 to July 31st, 2024. Entry 460 is Jumbo Valley 58M, exhibited by Struck Farm of Pilger, Saskatchewan.
Once again, we have a class with only one sheep in, so it's hard to do any comparison. But what Jason brought here today is a really good British and American cross. You can tell by the stoutness of the legs and the thickness and how square he is that there's a fair amount of British influence, but he's also got the stretch to carry that big body that he's got on top of him. He's a really good example of the Suffolk sheep, and yeah, I'll give him his place in first place in this go, and we'll see him in the championship.
First place yearling round goes to entry 460, Jumbo Valley 58M, exhibited by Struck Farm of Pilger, Saskatchewan. Next in the ring is Class 1210, the Suffolk Ram Lamb, born November 28th, 2024 to the end of February 2025. Entry 461, Furs Netflix 69N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan.
once again, Joe's brought a really good ram in here. He's thick throughout, fairly straight down the sides, and he's got good length. There's really nothing wrong with this ram. We'll see what it does when we compare him up with Jason's when we got them side by each. So.
First place in our Ram Lambs born November 28th, 2024 to the last day of February 2025 goes to entry 461, Furs Netflix 69N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Next class in the ring is 1211, the Suffolk Ram Lambs born March 1st, 2025 and later. Single entry is entry 462, Ward 559N, exhibited by Ward Suffolks of Saltcoats, Saskatchewan.
So Lois has sent in a pretty strapping little lamb here. There's nothing really wrong with this ram. He's good all the way through. If I had to make a comment in the negative on him, it would just be that I don't know that he's as fleshed out as the other two that we've seen so far today. But he is a strapping young ram lamb. So just Nathan needs to help his mom halter brake a little bit better. So yeah, no, good done.
First place in the class 112 or 1211 is the entry 462 Ward 55N, exhibited by Ward Suffolks of Saltcoats, Saskatchewan. Coming back for our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Suffolk Rams. From our yearling Rams, we have entry 460 Jumbo Valley 58M from Struck Farms of Pilger, Saskatchewan. Our January-born lamb is entry 461 Furs Netflix 69N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. And our March-born Suffolk ram is entry 462 Ward 559N, exhibited by Ward Suffolks of Saltcoats, Saskatchewan.
I think I'm just going to place them as they stand here. So down here in third place, we got Lois's ram lamb. And like I made the comment, when you see them all three out here together, This one's just a little bit of light on the groceries. There's nothing other than that wrong with him for the show. I mean, he's just not showing as well, and that's the only reason. If there was another 15, 20 pounds to take some of this divot out here, and he was straight-sided, it would be a really hard decision on how we're going today. In second place, I'm going to place Joe's ram. He's going to mature, but he's going to be a nice big ram, but he's just not as thick as the ram I got placed in first with Jason. There's nothing wrong with any of these three rams, like I said. Joe's as shiny as a brand new penny, but I just don't think it's as big and as powerful today as the one Jason's brought in. This one of Jason's is just, he's big. When you get your hands on him, he's thick all the way around. So, congratulations, and we'll see you in the Supreme.
Grand champion Suffolk Ram goes to entry 460 Jumbo Valley 58M, exhibited by Struck Farm of Pilger, Saskatchewan. It'll represent the Suffolk Rams in the Supreme Show starting at 4:15 today. Reserve champion is entry 461 Furs Netflix 69N, exhibited by Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Next class in the ring will be entry 1213, or class 1213, the Suffolk Get a Sire. A Get a Sire is 3 animals that are all sired by the same ram. And this is entry 464 from Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brad and Joe have brought some excellent sheep in here today, and this just shows it here, and you can see them all side by each. I'd say the most powerful one in the bunch is the ewe on the end that Jason's holding, but they're all powerful sheep and deserve to be stood here all as 3 together, so congratulations.
First place, Suffolk Get a Sire goes to entry 464 Furs Farms of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. We're moving into our Texel show, starting with class 1305, the Texel ewe lamb, born March 1st, 2025, and later. Single entry in this class is entry 465 Double L Namaste 92N, exhibited by Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan.
So we seen Royce a few goes ago in the North Country Chevyettes, and as the chair of the Texel Association, you can see who his favorites are of the sheep he brings. This young ewes done up pretty nice. Little British Texel, square all the way around. She's a really good representation of the breed. Fed out nice and dressed for the show. So good job. We'll see you, I guess, in the championship round.
First place and grand champion Texel U goes to entry 465 Double L Namaste 92N from Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. Next class in the ring is class 1311, the Texel Ram Lamb born March 1st, 2025 and later. One single entry in this class is entry 466, Double L Napster 62N from Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. The Texel is a meat sheep that produces a lean, well-muscled, and high-yielding carcass. Developed on the Isle of Texel off the coast of Holland, in the early 1800s, the breed was imported into Canada in the 1980s. Since that time, the breed has grown to make a significant contribution to the country's prime lamb trade. This has mainly been done through the use of Texel rams as terminal sires in commercial crossbreeding programs. Although the ewes have only average prolificacy, they are very docile and easily managed. They adapt well to either pasture-based or feedlot-style management and show excellent feed conversion in all systems.
Somewhere outside of Cheyenne, beyond that borderline, ran into a preacher and he poured that special wine. I was feeling lucky and he gave me quite a time.
Like I said, Royce has done really good on his Texels, and this Ram Lamb is proof of it as well. He's fitted up real nice. He's solid all the way through. He's going to make a really great terminal sire for those carcass lambs that you're wanting. He's not as thick as maybe some of the Dutch Texels, and he's sure not as thick as the Bell Tex, but he is what he is, and he's a really good representation of the Texel breed in Canada and where it's going. So I will place him first.
First place
And he had a big banner.
Grand champion Texel Ram goes to entry 466 Double L Napster 62N from Double L Farms of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. It'll represent the Texel Rams in the Supreme Show starting at 4:15 this afternoon here in the show ring. That concludes our classes for our breeds. The next thing in the ring at 4 p.m. will be our best pair of ewes, followed by our Supreme Show starting at 4:15, and we welcome you all back for that. Our sale is tomorrow here in the ring at 1 p.m. 7-minute warning for our best pair of you class. At 4 o'clock, we'll start in the show ring with our best pair of purebred ewes. This is 2 ewes that are from the same farm. They don't have to be the same breed, but often they will be. And they're just the best representation of the ewes on that farm. So we're ready for our best pair of purebred ewes. There's no list for them, so they just come in when they're at the show ring. So in our best pair of purebred ewes, we have an entry from Sandy Hills Charlet with 2 purebred ewes, an entry from we have 2 ewes from Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta, and a pair of ewes from Furs Farm of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Our judge for our show, and will be judging our Supreme show starting at 4:15, is Jason Cooper. Jason was born and raised on the family farm near Fuselier, and he is a fourth-generation shepherd following in the footsteps of his father and his family. During his youth, Jason helped his parents with their flock of 500 head of Columbia and Suffolk sheep, and as well as his mother's flock of 60 Angora goats. When he got his driver's license, he traveled the weekends in the spring and summer, shearing local small flocks to raise some cash and start his own flock. Jason's first flock was mainly Cheviot and Hampshire influenced and stayed that way through his first few years of his marriage to Kelly. As his flock and family grew, it was decided to concentrate mainly on the purebred side of the industry. Jason and Kelly's first foray into the purebred led them into the world of showing and the show ring. Though they enjoyed the Cheviots, in time they wanted to add more variety and wanted to help build the females for the industry. And a quick Google search got Jason interested in the Blue-faced Leicester breed, as it was the UK's #1 maternal sire. They now have one of Canada's largest flocks of Blue-faced Leicester. Jason has judged sheep for a number of years now. At first, it was local 4-H shows, but has grown over the past few years to include clubs further afield, and as well as a few larger agricultural fairs in Alberta and the Manitoba Sheep Association Provincial Sheep Show. Jason has been involved in promoting the industry over the past number of years, first being elected to the Saskatchewan Sheep Breeders Association. He served 3 terms and was the rep to the Saskatchewan Development Board. He then ran for a seat on the Saskatchewan Sheep Development Board when his region rep sunsetted out. He is in his second term on the board and currently sits as the Saskatchewan rep to the Canadian Sheep Federation. Though he joked with Chad yesterday when he was asked to judge the show, he is truly humbled to be standing in the ring judging at the premier livestock event in Canada. Please welcome our judge, Jason Cooper.
Well, unlike most cattle events, the sheep world has so many different varieties of sheep, and they can be quite different 30 miles apart. So unless we're showing Ayrshire with Angus and Lowline, that's basically what I've got showing here in the ring here today. To pick the 2 best out of them, we've got a large terminal breed, a medium terminal breed, and a small to medium terminal breed. So it's a little bit like judging apples against acorns against oranges. What I did notice when I'm judging, there's one group here that is more even than the other 2. They're all great sheep in what they were wanting to do and what their breed is representing. But in my Cheviots, I have my Grand and Reserve, which are a large and a small, and I have a large and a small here. And I love Gavin, and I hate giving him the accolades that he thinks he deserves, because sometimes he doesn't. But in this case, he has the most even set of views in here. They're an excellent show of the Charolais breed. It's nothing against what the Cheviots and my Southdowns at the end here are showing. But today, on the day, I'm going to have to give it to Gavin and Isabel and the Charolais here.
First place, with the banner being presented by Adrian from Sydney, from CFGA, goes to Sandy Hill Charolais.
Probably not Adrian.
Our sponsors for the show, our gold sponsors are Saskatchewan Sheep Development Board, Brant Agriculture and Brant Group of Companies, Canadian Sheep Breeders Association, Saskatchewan Auction Mart, Jack Auction Group. Our silver sponsors are Holmes Katahdins, CEPOQ Genovis, Furs Farms, Big Bob's Meats, Regina and Mydale, PRK Katahdins, Canadian Western Agribition. And our bronze sponsors, Dry Lake Ranch, PMT Inc., Hurlburt Livestock, Cool Alley Livestock, and Weens Livestock. Good afternoon and welcome to our Supreme Show here at Canadian Western Agribition. All our grand champions from our purebreds are now going to show in our Parade of Champions, starting with our Supreme U class. From our Canadian Arcots, we have lot 386. This is Struck J52M. Struck Farm is located in Pilger, Saskatchewan, running purebred and commercial ewes. This ewe is a great representation of what they strive for. She's exposed to Whiskey Gap 248M and will sell tomorrow. From our Charolais, we have Sandy Hill Charolais Harriet 23H. Harriet is sired by Rainbow Santana, a UK ram whose semen was imported to use as their foundation for the flock to produce females that they wanted to breed up. Harriet is very typical of females in their flock, lots of length, capacity, and muscling, while retaining a very feminine head on good legs and feet and a nice tight skin. At almost 6 years old, she is an excellent example of the longevity of the Charolais ewe, having raised twins every year and is currently confirmed in lamb with twins. All her offspring have either been retained in their flock or sold as breeding stock. From the Dorsets, from Furs Farm, lot 403 is Furs Clementine 53N. Furs Farm is located near Mooseman, Saskatchewan. Joe and her family have just moved in the last year and are building the new farm from scratch. They have a ewe flock of 350 head as well as 180 Simmental beef cows. This ewe lamb, Clementine, was Carrie's pick for her 4-H ewe. She has been shown successfully all summer. Her sire goes back to breeding from Clint Weens and dam from Crucio Farms in Ontario. Joe and Carrie think quite highly of this powerful ewe lamb. Our Grand Champion Ile-de-France from Cool Alley is Cool Alley 60N. Cool Alley Livestock is located in southwest Saskatchewan near Tompkins, where they have both purebred and commercial Ile-de-France. Cool Alley 60N is a February 11th twin ewe lamb sired by Cool Alley 25M, who is currently the #1 carcass-proven IDF ram on Genovis. Her dam is a triplet ewe, Cool Alley 86L. She is scrapey genotype RR and has a loin scan of 31.1 millimeters. She sells tomorrow at 1 p.m. From our Katahdin Grand Champion, we have Mish M663. It is a yearling sired by Mish G83 and Dam D811. This powerful yearling ewe has all the pieces, exposed to lamb in January of 2026. She brings exceptional size, structural correctness, and strong maternal conformation, the qualities that will add consistency and productivity to any program. This standout female has long-term brood ewe potential and embodies what a Katahdin ewe can look like. Our North Country Cheviot Grand Champion ewe is Westerdale 51M. 51M is a great representation of the female in the Rosensky flock. This ewe was shown by their daughter, Maya, and in the Badlands Junior Sheep Show this summer, and will go home to take her place in her ewe pen going forward. Our Grand Champion Southdown ewe from Furs Farm is Spiker Nadia 60N. Spiker Nadia is Joe's favorite. Her dam has outproduced herself with this complete young ewe lamb. Again, sired by Spiker 12L, she shows great breed character. Our Supreme Suffolk ewe from Furs Farm is Furs Mimosa 121M. Furs Mimosa has a history at Agribition as she was champion Suffolk ewe as a ewe lamb last year. Mimosa is one of the thickest ewes they have produced while still withholding excellent conformation. She maintained her condition well after lambing in May, and they are excited for her in the future to add her in the flock. And our Grand Champion Texel ewe from Double L Farms is Double L Napster 62N. Double L Farms is the family-run flock of purebred Texel and North Country Cheviots out of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. Napster 62N is a true Texel with the double muscling, strong legs, and thick structure, showing what Double L Farms has been striving for. And put your hands together for our Grand Champion ewes.
So I'm open to offers to anybody who wants to stand in my spot at this moment. In the ring, you see the vast variety of what the Canadian sheep industry has to offer. And every one of these breeds is offering something different to the producer. Every one of these ewes has a different job to do within our sheep industry. And every one of these breeds has its own distinct and separate values that they're to be judged upon. And as many different breeds that are in here, there's going to be as many different opinions of who should have won today. Everything in here is a supreme in its class and deserves to be in this ring. If you're here looking for sheep, take a look around at what you get. We have the smaller but double muscling ability of the Texel, even though this is a lamb, like the breed itself isn't huge. We got the Charolais, the Northies, and the Suffolks. We have some of the best Katahdin that Western Canada is going to provide. In choosing my winner, I'm looking true to the breed values, true to its characteristics. It's going to need capacity, mothering ability, and be able to give you lambs. Any one of these and any day could win, standing from where I'm looking. But today, I am going to give it to the North Country Cheviot.
Our grand champion going to our North Country Cheviot. This is Westerdale 51M from Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. Presenting our award is Cindy from CWA. Our next class in our Supreme Show will be our Grand Champion Rams in the Supreme Ram class. starting with our Grand Champion Canadian Arcot. From Struck Farm, we have Struck J115M. Struck Farm is located in Pilger, Saskatchewan, where they raise purebred Canadian Arcot, Dorset, Suffolk, and commercial ewes. This is one of their flock sires and has consistently given them great lambs. Their Grand Champion Canadian Arcot. From our Grand Champion Charolais, from Sandy Hill Charolais is Sandy Hill Matador 67M. Sandy Hill Matador 67M is sired by a top signet recorded ram, Spring Hill Untouchable, and his dam Sandy Hill Harriet 23H was the Grand Champion Charlie ewe here at the show. He is Genovis recorded, and his 50-day average daily gain was 1.22 pounds per day, and his 100-day average daily gain was impressive at 1.49 pounds per day. Matador is a powerful ram, and he is packing some muscle, especially on the back end. Our Grand Champion Dorset from Furs Farm is Furs Nigel 161N. Furs Nigel is a strong young ram out of a first-time homegrown yearling ewe. His sire goes back to Clint and Anita Weens of their Dorset flock. Our Grand Champion Hampshire, owned by Sean Mudrick, and the breeder is Diamond B. This is Diamond B 53N Nacho, purchased from Bronwyn-Zwicker in July. They feel that Nacho was a great addition to their flock. He's easy to handle, has a good temperament, and has the style and characteristics they are looking for. Our Ile-de-France Grand Champion is Cool Alley 50N. Cool Alley 50N was the Shepherd's Cup winner at Brandon Ag X. He is sired by Cool Alley 25M, who is currently the #1 carcass-rated proven Ile-de-France ram. And he is out of Georgella 37H, who was the dam of the Supreme ewe at the All-Canadian Classic this year. He is a twin scrapie genotype QR, Genovis GAH of 95%, carcass 99%, with a carcass scan of 36.9 millimeters. Maternity rating of 96%, and he is selling tomorrow. Our Katahdin Grand Champion from Sidorku's Katahdins is Mish M636. This ram was purchased last year at Canadian Western Agribition sale, where he earned Reserve Grand Champion as a lamb. He quickly proved his value, producing offspring of notable quality. They are highly pleased with his contributions to their flock and anticipate he will continue to sire future Grand Champions. From our North Country Cheviots, we have our Grand Champion from Rosenke Farms Limited. This is Westerdale 76M. 76M has been a pen favorite all year. He was 270 pounds at a year of age. He is very strong-willed, and halter breaking has been a challenge. Our Grand Champion Southdown is Spiker Nitro 50N. Nitro is another strong Southdown from the heart of his flock. The Nitro has some Australian breeding in him from the dam sire. He goes back to the matriarch of the flock. City and Country 5E, aka Potato. His sire has very traditional old-style breeding. Nitro is RR genotype and sells in the sale tomorrow. Our Grand Champion Suffolk is Jumbo Valley 58M. Struck Farm is located in Pilger, Saskatchewan. They raise commercial ewes and purebreds, and this powerful ram just finished breeding 82 ewes. He was purchased at the 2025 Canada Classic, and has ways to impress, not to show him off, and they want ways to impress. He's so impressive they want to show him off for more time. Our Grand Champion Texel from Double L Farms is Double L Namaste 92N. Double L Farms is a family-run flock of purebred Texel and North Country Cheviots out of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. Namaste 92N is sired out of LVR 222, who was an imported British ram out of Montana. She is sound, sturdy, and a very well put together ewe. This is your Supreme Champion Ram class. Put your hands together.
So once again, this is my last call for volunteers to stand where I'm at to make this decision. And as with the ewes, it's extremely hard. We have rams in here that are topping 300 pounds, are magnificent specimens of the breed they're made to represent. You have some of the best animals in Western Canada showing in this ring here today. It's coming down to basic little dinky conformation faults that I can see just the way they're standing. I've had my hands on these animals already today. Some, like the young Texel, is going to grow to be a beautiful ram. Same with the Ile-de-France. Some of these larger ones are beautiful animals already that are a year plus. And it all depends what you're looking for in your flock. And it's my job today to decide who is going to be the best one in the ring today. But like I said before, it doesn't matter what I think, it's what the sale says and what people are after. But it's up to you to make your own mind. Everybody's sheep business is as different as what you see here in the ring. So when I make my decision here in a couple seconds and let you know what it is, it may not be the right one for you and for your farm, but it's based on what I see as it represents its breed as a whole in here today. Who's showing off the best quality and the best of everything that they have to offer for their breed at one of the biggest shows in Western Canada. And today my supreme champion is a Manitoba champion, the Ile-de-France.
Our grand champion and supreme champion ram goes to our Ile-de-France. This is Cool Alley 50N from Cool Alley Livestock of Tompkins, Saskatchewan. Presenting the award is Cindy from CWA. Next into the ring is our champion Get of Sires. So, from our Charlet show, we have a Get a Sire from FX5 Livestock. The sire is from Sandy Hill Jackal 63J, known as Jack Jack. Jack Jack is a powerful ram who has sired fast-growing, deep-muscled lambs on both the purebred Charlet ewes and the commercial flock. He also passes on his easygoing temperament to his lambs, making him an easy favorite around the farm. The Katahdin Get a Sire champion is from Mish Katahdins. This Get a Sire entry by Mish Katahdins features 2 ewe lambs and 1 ram, born in March of 2024 and sired by BAG 4779, an American imported ram selected for his exceptional conformation and the ability of his offspring to reach market weight quickly. This trio showcases the consistency, growth, and structural quality we expect from our sires. Our North Country Cheviot Get a Sire is from Rosenke Farms Limited. This is from Conagier's Gemmet 2K, and he is a large frame, powerful ram. This is the first Conagier's ram used in their Rosenke flock, and all of this year's Agribition entries are sired by him. We'll have an entry from our South Downs, from Furs Farm. This Get a Sire is the consistent Get a Sire. They are peas in a pod. Their homegrown sire, Spiker 12L, has proven himself. These 3 lambs have excellent breed characteristics. And another entry from Furs Farm with the Suffolk Get a Sire. This powerful Get a Sire consists of 1 yearling ewe, Mimosa, their ewe lamb, Naomi, and their Suffolk ram lamb, Netflix. They are sired by Jumbo Valley Jackpot 6J. He has the consistent lambs and has done well in their flock. Please put your hands together for our Grand Champion Get a Sires.
So get a sire, and what you're looking at here in front of you is the product of their breeding program and everything we got here. Once again, we have 5 very different farms and 5 very different protocols on their flocks. And not only that, we have some that are within days of each other being born, so they're the same age. And others, we have yearlings and lambs, so we're judging sizes and future outcomes. I'm going to give an honorable mention to the Suffolks, and it's only because they have the 2 smaller ones, and if they were all the same, it would be a lot easier for me to have picked them. This is an awesome group right here, and it's really hard for me to knock them any, but I don't think they have. It's hard to do the consistency on the different ages compared to my champions, the North Country Cheviots, because they are peas in a pod. The user and the ram are excellent. So congratulations to the North Country Cheviots.
Our Supreme Champion Get a Sire is going to our North Country Cheviots from Rosenke Farms Limited of Didsbury, Alberta. Our award is presented by Sydney of CFGA. Our next class in the ring will be our Supreme Flocks. And some of them will be remaining in the ring because they'll be the same animals showing again in the flocks. From our Charlet Grand Champion flock, we have from Sandy Hill Charlet, the purebred operation located in central Alberta. They have been in the Medivisna negative for 8 years, testing annually, and their flock is Genovis recorded and Scrapie genotyped RR. They have invested heavily on purchasing top UK genetics to improve their flock and purchased some French semen this year to use in 2026. They breed all their own replacements and have future ram prospects. Sandy Hill Charlet genetics have been the foundation for many new Charlet flocks from British Columbia through to Quebec. From our Katahdins, we have our Grand Champion Katahdin flock from Mish Katahdins. Mish Katahdins was established in 1998 as a small operation. As the flock grew, so has the focus on selective breeding for high-quality genetics. Today, the program emphasizes not only length of loin, rate of gain, and lambing ease, but also improved structure and consistency of Katahdin genetics. These efforts are evident in the flock's Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion ewes. Our Grand Champion North Country Cheviot from Rosenke Farms Limited. The first ewe was purchased in 1986 by Greg as a 4-H member. The flock has grown over the years with a strong commitment to productivity and breed characteristic. Greg, Monica, Maya, and Grayson all take pride in the purebred Cheviot flocks. And our Grand Champion Southdown flock from Furs Farms these are Brad's flock. It's a small flock in quantity but large in quality, and these 4 lambs have shown well. Their sires showed well at exhibition last year. Please put your hands together for our Grand Champion flocks.
Once again, I've been asked to judge on the breeders' flocks and judge their whole system. The Katahdins are a gorgeous bunch of Katahdins, some of the best I've ever seen and well representative of their breed, and you can tell where this ranch is wanting to go. The South Downs, I'd imagine it's extremely difficult to get quality genetics for a traditional style South Down like you see in front, and you can tell that there's a lot of work and power done into it. And it's hard when you're looking at the South Downs to compare them to these big Cheviots or down here on the Charolais, because they're so different of an animal. But today I'm judging the farm's program and how it's going, and if they're the top of what they do. And in doing that today, my pick is Sandy Hill Charolais.
Our Supreme Champion flock goes to the Sandy Hill Charolais with their Charolais flock. Presenting our banner and award to Sandy Hill Charolais is Cindy from CWA. A reminder to all of our grand champions and supreme champions, please have your photos taken at the photo booth. The backdrop is located at the back of the barn. You can get your photo taken there. In the show ring right now, we have our interprovincial flock competition. So we'll have two, you can have 2 flocks from each province. And we will have another flock joining us from Saskatchewan. So, from Alberta, we have a flock of Charolais and a flock of North Country Cheviots. And from Saskatchewan, we have a flock of Katahdins and a flock of Suffolks. So these flocks just have to come from the province. They don't need to come from one farm. So we have multiple farms represented in many of these flocks in the show ring. For those in the crowd that may not know whose animals are whose, there is at least 9 different flocks represented in this ring right now. Or different farms represented in this ring.
So in keeping with the spirit that is the provincial flock I'm judging, I'm going to concentrate on the two that have the most farms in them. So that would be the Cheviots and the Suffolks, each with 3 farms. The point of this is to showcase our provincial rivalry and how good and how much better we are at raising sheep opposed to each other instead of one farm against a whole province. In the Suffolks, it's looking like I got a senior ram, a yearling ewe, and 2 ewe lambs. In the Cheviots, I got the senior ram, I got 2 yearling ewes, or 1 yearling and 2 lambs. Okay. Yeah, that just did kind of change a little bit because I thought that big bitch was a lamb or a yearling. So in going by that, it's looking like Alberta's going to squeak Saskatchewan because they got one bigger sheep. So that's how we're going to play this. So congratulations, Alberta.
And our first place flock goes to Alberta with their North Country Cheviot flock. Thank you, everybody, for coming to our show today. Thank you to our judge, Jason Cooper, and for all our exhibitors. Thank you to all our sponsors. We will have a sale here tomorrow in the ring at 1 p.m. And our junior show will begin at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Our junior show begins at 9 a.m. Our sponsors for today and our show are our gold sponsors, Saskatchewan Sheep Development Board, Brant Agriculture, Brant Group of Companies, Canadian Sheep Breeders Association, Sask Auction Mart, and Jack Auction Group. Our silver sponsors, Holmes Katahdins, CEPOQ Genovis, Furs Farms, Big Bob's Meats, Regina and Mydale, PRK Katahdins, and Canadian Western Agri-Vision. Our bronze sponsors, Dry Lake Ranch, PMT Group Inc., Hurlburt Livestock, Cool Alley Livestock, and Weens Livestock.